never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead following tornadoes in Oklahoma. Speaking about the tornado outbreak with Fox Weather, Barnsdall, Oklahoma resident Jimmy Blake says she fled as quickly as she could.
We grabbed my purse, my laptop, my little dog, my husband, my elderly mom, and my 8-year-old grandson, and we drove very fast to Bartlesville.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt traveling to the Barnsdall area to tour the damage. He also said he directed resources to the area to aid in recovery operations. Stormy Daniels spent some time on the stand for cross-examination talking about her alleged sexual encounter with former President Donald Trump. The adult film star is the core of the prosecution's case in Trump's hush money trial in New York. Daniels testifying they had sex in 2006. Then years later in 2016, and she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for $130,000 to stay quiet. Israel is responding to a peace deal that was brokered by two Middle Eastern countries. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
The Capitol hosting an event Tuesday for Holocaust Remembrance Day. President Biden speaking about what he says is a ferocious the social media app and its parent company, ByteDance. It argues protecting Americans from the Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act violates the First Amendment.
This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Russia is confirming a U.S. soldier is in custody charged with theft. Ryan Daniels has more.
According to one district court representative on Tuesday, Gordon Black will be held for at least 2 months in pretrial detention. He reportedly traveled to Russia to meet a romantic acquaintance. Black was stationed in South Korea. He's accused of stealing property from a Russian citizen. State media in Russia claims the arrest has nothing to do with espionage or politics. Several other Americans are currently held in Russian prisons, including a former Marine and a Wall Street Journal reporter.
Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene says she'll stop calling for House Speaker Mike Johnson's removal if no further aid is given to Ukraine. She also told reporters she wants the defunding of special counsel probes into Donald Trump. However, a vote to remove Johnson is likely to fail, as Democrats say they'll vote to kill the resolution. The Boy Scouts of America will officially change its name to Scouting America in February 2025 as a sign of its commitment to inclusion. Currently, more than 1 million youth are enrolled in its programs across the nation, including over 175,000 girls. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt in Qatar. Meanwhile, Israel has announced it will continue operations. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, oh, she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my
whole world. Alrighty, without further ado, it is showtime. And here we go. Welcome, welcome. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. where I'll be honest, we're rocking and rolling outside the secret bunker tonight. Wake up, get ready to do some show prep. There goes the tornado sirens. Been an active night. And right now, boy, the thunder shaking the secret bunker. We've had another stormy day. And we'll break it all down for you. We anticipate another very active day today, which would be Wednesday, right? That's right, Hump Day coming on. Almost forgot. Looks like the Ohio, the Tennessee Valley region, the atmosphere is primed. Did you feel that? The bunker is shaking. I'm not kidding you. Oh, my. So we've got updates. Lots to share with you as we were tracking 24 hours ago. A very active night, numerous tornadoes. That process continued through the day. On Tuesday, storm spotters reported a tornado touching down this past evening about 6 Central Time, just south of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Sightings at the towns of Portage and Comstock. Photos via social media showing massive damage to an industrial building. Emergency response on the scene. Of course, in Portage, lots of trees, power lines reported down there. They were out doing damage assessments following the deadly tornado that tore through Barnesdale and Bartlesville, Oklahoma, there Monday night. We were getting some of the first reports in from there during our program Tuesday morning. National Weather Service was out doing their survey. They have given that tornado a preliminary rating of an EF4. A nasty one. Winds between 166 and 200 miles per hour. Now, the National Weather Service added there's still more damage they need to evaluate. The final rating could be higher than EF4 if more extensive damage is discovered. So EF5, that's the top of the scale. That's as bad as they get. The enhanced Fujita scale that was introduced in 2007, replacing the original Fujita scale, named after Ted Fujita. Fujita was also known as Mr. Tornado due to his work, his research with tornadoes. The next round is about to unfold from the Midwest. Another 80 million people at risk through the night Tuesday and on into the day Wednesday. This past evening, there were ongoing tornadoes coming in from Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky this past afternoon and evening. And yes, yet another round of dangerous storms is in the forecast for the day ahead, Wednesday. Storms in the Midwest and Tennessee Valley, likely to be, believe it or not, more intense than those we saw on Tuesday. It's going to be another pretty ugly day. Traveler's weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. So let's just jump right into it. Wednesday will be another big day in terms of severe weather and risk in the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Some heavy, gusty, and severe storms expected to extend as far to the east as the central and southern Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. Today, the storms in the east, away from the main activity in the Midwest, can briefly be severe at the local level with strong winds, hail, lightning, torrential downpours. They're looking at 125 million people at risk for severe weather for the upcoming day, factoring areas in the Midwest, the South Central states, and the Appalachians. In terms of an escalation of risk, they tell us at AccuWeather, Thursday is shaping up to be a big day in terms of severe weather in parts of the east. They've added a moderate risk of severe weather to Thursday that includes a portion of the mid-Atlantic from central North Carolina to southeastern Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, Raleigh, North Carolina. You're in that zone. Some big cities, Charlotte, Atlanta, Charleston, South Carolina, all at risk for severe weather. as we look toward Thursday. While the number of tornadoes produced in the mid-Atlantic Thursday will be significantly less than we saw on Monday in the plains, and what we're anticipating for today, Wednesday, in the Midwest, some of the region at risk are some of the densely populated areas. Now, along with the threat of tornadoes Thursday, there will be the likelihood of storms with high winds, hail, and flooding downpours. It has just been an active week. Now, we're talking from Boston to New York City, some of the major metro areas. In the southern edge of the cool air, as the southern edge of the cool air erodes, the risk of severe weather will then expand northward into part of the zone later today, but especially on Thursday. There will be a second concentrated pocket of storms and clusters over northeastern Texas on Thursday. That's a zone that has experienced torrential rain and major flooding in recent days. Now, any rainfall, anything in excess of a couple of inches over a few hours, could renew that flooding in some areas. Obviously, the ground, the soil is saturated. Small streams and rivers are all running high as we speak. Where does this end? By the end of the week, the main threats for wind gusts and hail, any severe thunderstorm potential, we're looking at a change in the weather pattern, something that will favor cooler air, less surging of the warm, humid air out of the Gulf of Mexico, which should limit the intensity and the frequency of severe weather over much of the central and eastern U.S. by this weekend. So hang in there. We got a few more days of rough and tumble weather. Philly Dan is on board. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Keep on hoping. There you go. All right, Pappy, you've been rocking and rolling too. Yeah, I got your messages. We didn't lose power at the secret bunker. We had a couple of flickers there, but luckily, seeing as we've maintained power. It is the midnight hour. Rain, hail, lightning, tornado warnings all over the Cincinnati metro area. I'm sure Steve will fill you in. The Hotshot Secret Bunker has power, though. Yes, we do. Haven't heard of any major power outages in our area, so let's get this party started. You're not made out of sugar. You're not going to melt from a little H2O, so snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Bail out the water from the boat, but keep it between the spotted and the solid. There you go. Or you can be like Big Ed. Are you with me? You can't find them, grind them. Oh, yeah, and what day is it? Got to wait on Horth Feathers to give us the official word there. Couple of other folks out of the box. Morning, Steve. Kevin is on board. Hello to the overnight crew. Hope everybody's safe with this crazy weather indeed. Marianne is in the house. Shorty is rolling I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. Columbus bound with 66 degrees. Robert Duck, hi there. Mishawaka missed loading in the storms, but driving in them sucked. Slow down, people. Good Lord, this Ricky race car stuff is getting old out here. People driving like maniacs in the rain, right? Because, of course, I'm not going to hydroplane. It's going to be somebody else. Hello to Pastor Hendo here, lifting up prayers for all you white liners out there, as well as those being impacted by the storms. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy, dry at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. We're warm, 68 at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. And yes, praying for Portage, Michigan, and anyone affected by all these storms. It's been a crazy few days. Hello, Mr. Thompson. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive team, and all the truckers keeping things moving on the highways. We made it back safely from St. Louis. We did roll through a lot of rain. Hello, Steve. It's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. Hope everybody in the Cincinnati area is okay. I see lots of bad weather. We're going to see some of this in Maine tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody. Love listening to the program and all the listeners out there. And hello to Carl. Hello, the one and only. Really like the new Android app. All right, I'm glad we got that back up. I've heard nothing but compliments about the new Android app. easier access. I think who was Tim Jim said something about the only thing he felt like it was missing was an exit. Something about the only way he could get it to stop or whatever was to reset his phone. I'm not sure. I just kind of click away. I don't know if that means it's still kind of running in the background. Maybe I'll check on that. We'll get to some of our other friends listening in here. First, I'm going to jump up. According to what I see on my screen, it's an old, long-lost friend, Kamikaze?
Yeah, that'd be me.
How the hell are you?
And Howard, I'm still trucking after 44 years.
Are you?
Yep. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, yes. I'm. How many years has it been since we've heard from you?
Let me see. You were still working at the other station.
Yeah, at least.
And before, yeah, you were. Yeah, it was back. I don't know. It was probably somewhere around 18 or 19. I think it was. I can't remember if it was before that COVID virus or not.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
So
been a long time.
So you're still out there trailer trucking, huh?
Well, I tried to retire twice, but that didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went back. I got bored sitting at home, doing dishes. But I'm a real good dishwasher.
Okay. So where's the home 20 these days? You lived up north somewhere. Where was it? Wisconsin, Minnesota?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
No. I'm still in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
South Dakota. Okay.
Yep, that's where I'm from. Everybody I know is either gone or passed away. That's a terrible situation. I only have a few friends left anymore.
Yeah, it's heck getting old, ain't it?
I'm not old.
I'm not either.
Even though I got a friend out, even though I got a friend out there that says, I got my brain is, been petrified. It's turned into dust.
Yeah. So do you do more day driving or not? What are you? Is it unusual for you to be up at this late hour, or do you just listen and never check in?
No, it's not unusual because I do nighttime driving there. I run from Iowa to either Chicago or Iowa down there to southern Illinois area, east of Quincy, Illinois there, or and then I'm out for 5 days and I get to park the truck and go up to my camper. That's providing Mother Nature hasn't knocked it over on its side at the campground.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I'm doing good.
Well, it'd be nice if you check in maybe more often. It's we could use.
Well, I try believe it or not, when I tried, but a while back, and then I, forgot all about it. This is after I tuned in. I said, "What the heck is this? This is Steve Summers." Yeah, they were talking sports. I don't remember. No, it was the guy that does the morning show on WLW.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, yeah. So I didn't know what was going on. I had to look you up. In fact, I had to look you up on Google right there to find out where you're at.
Okay.
But the one it came up with was some guy that's about 76 years old, and so that's not the one I want.
That would have been the guy that worked at, I think, WFAN, that he retired a few years ago. His last name was Summers.
No, there's one that was Somers right there.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what he did, but, So anyway, you still married?
Yes, I still with the princess. We are still at the same location where you helped me lay those stepping stones 20-some years ago.
I think it was longer than that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really great.
Yeah.
Son out of the Army now?
Yes. Yeah. You see how out of date you are. Young Stephen got out of the military, became a police officer. He is now a canine officer in one of the suburbs of the Cincinnati area. Yes.
Wow. I better be a good guy when I go down that way. I wouldn't want to get arrested by him.
That's right.
How about your daughter? What's she doing?
She's doing well. We've got, she has one son. That's the oldest grandson, who's now 12. Then Stephen and Lauren, They've got, we have two other grandkids, one boy, one girl, little Avery and Aubrey. Avery is now, I think, 10, 9, 10. I lose track. It's horrible. Aubrey will be celebrating, I think, her 4th birthday here in a few days.
Really?
Yes.
You have to ask your wife how old these kids are because she'll know.
I'm lucky to remember my own birthday.
Well, you don't want to because that's just a sign that you're getting older.
Exactly. Yeah. So everybody doing well. Hanging tough.
Well, that's good.
So, yeah.
I'm still married, by the way. Just
Are you?
In case you were wondering
I
about
didn't.
that.
I
yeah.
was hesitant to ask. I don't. I didn't want to. I know you had the kids all grown up now and.
Yeah, they're all grown up.
Yep.
Yep. But one lives in the area, the other one lives at home.
Well, that's
but
good.
What do I know?
Well, I'm glad you were able to find us. Now that you know where we are, did you download the app? You got the smartphone app? Is that where you?
Well, I got the smartphone. In fact, I got a brand new one right there. I bought 2 months ago. They gave me $1,000 for my other phone, but yeah, I just looked up your phone number and I thought 844-844. That's kind of a different number.
It is.
It's like 3388. It's pretty easy to remember. That's for dang sure.
That was the purpose.
Oh.
Well, so
okay.
Kamikaze. I mean, so you're not really even familiar. You realize we are here because of a product known as Hot Shot Secret. You're going to get a first-time caller code because it's been 20 years, or it's maybe not that long. But what are you familiar with Hot Shot Secret?
I've seen the bottles in the truck stops, but that's about all I have right there. And by the way, I do have a diesel pickup truck.
All right. Well, this is perfect for you.
With all that new crap that that has to be on there.
Yes, indeed. Well, what I want you to do is I've got your phone number. We're going to send you a code, and you'll go to the website hotshotsecret.com, and this will be a $60 value. What you're going to get is I would recommend a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret. They call it Stiction Eliminator. That's what goes in the oil. That's going to clean everything up on the oil side. Then get you a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme that goes on the gasoline side. Try it out, and I bet you will become a dedicated fan. You'll become a regular Hot Shot Secret user.
We will give it a try, and I promise I will. And I will get back to you because I'm getting good fuel mileage with my pickup truck that has only less than 26,000 miles on it, even though it is 4 years old.
Okay.
I don't do a lot of driving.
Well, like most truck drivers, you're out there in the truck and you don't get a chance to drive the personal vehicle very often.
No, yeah. I only bought this because of that camper I was pulling with the other one right there. Just the other one didn't have enough torque to it, so I bought this one. And well, it's got a lot of torque, so then I went out and bought me a fifth wheel camper to pull behind it.
There you go. Great.
Anyway, I'll let you go on that note because I know there's other people out there, and I do appreciate you saying hey to me.
Yeah, thank you for dialing us up. Now you know where we are, and yeah, definitely follow up. Let us know what you think.
That way, we'll have to go there to that place where we had that three-way at that time.
Skyline Chili.
I'll let you explain that to the listeners.
There you go. Yeah, we in the Princess we had Skyline today, as a matter of fact. Yes, indeed. I did the 4-way bean. She did the 3-way, and a couple of chili sandwiches with cheese. Yummy. All right, who else we got on board? Let me flip down here. We got to Steve. We got to Dave in Maine. All right, there's Eskimo Mom in the house. Heatwave is on board, headed for El Paso tonight. Zorro says, good morning, Steve. All right. Let's see. Here's another Dave. Good morning, Road Warriors and weary travelers. 79, partly cloudy, deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Be safe and God bless. Have the waters gone down? Have the flood waters? You had so many of the side roads underwater earlier this week. All right. Hello to Vernon, who says, hello, Steve. I am in Canada tonight. All right. Good to have you on board. Evan Williams, hello from Waupassa, Michigan. Howdy overnight drive. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy hump day, whatever day it is. We got a Cincinnati load to start off the night after waiting the storms out at the home 20 and the yard in Tip City. We had 7 counties under tornado warnings at one time earlier this evening. Looks like the National Weather Service is going to be busy for Wednesday in our area. That's what they're telling us, all right? Got some rain and some wind, but nothing compared to Greenville and other towns in the area. Got some lightning rolling along Interstate 75. Just started raining in Middletown, but we're at 67 degrees. Hello to Russell, 68 here in Dayton, Ohio. It's been an exciting night with the storms. Hope all are safe making it through. Stay hunkered down there in the secret bunker, Steve. Steve and all those listening out there, stay safe. May God bless you all safely with headed to your destinations. If it wasn't for you truck drivers, we wouldn't get our food. We wouldn't get anything. Thank you for what you do and what you sacrifice to make sure the delivery gets to its destination. I want to shout out to Brother Rambler, Eagle, Spaceman, and the Monkey Gouger. And, of course, Lone Ranger, we're keeping you in our prayers. Very good. Thank you, Russell. We'll get a news break, and it is 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene says she'll stop calling for Speaker Mike Johnson's removal if no further aid is given to Ukraine. She also told reporters she wants the defunding of special counsel probes into Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels continues her testimony regarding her alleged 2006 sexual encounter with Donald Trump. It's a key part of the prosecution's case in the former president's hush money trial in New York. Trump's accused of falsifying business records related to paying Daniels to keep quiet about the encounter just before the 2016 election. According to a Suffolk University USA Today survey, the majority of voters anticipate former President Trump's conviction in his ongoing hush money trial in New York. Just over 65% of registered voters expect a guilty verdict on all counts or some counts, while 23% expect Trump to be found not guilty on all counts. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it. We are underway on a Wednesday morning. We will make our way into the 8th day of May. Anything special going on? We've had all these special days. Cinco de Mayo. May the 4th be with you. What is just another day, I guess. But in the wake of violent, deadly, devastating tornadoes and high winds from Monday's outbreak over the plains, the likelihood of severe weather and more tornadoes continues over a large part of the central states here into midweek. Some major metropolitan areas, even through the overnight hours tonight. The strongest energy in the atmosphere is going to push toward the northern tier of the central states, where the sky is going to be cloudy and less supportive of severe thunderstorms. There will be plenty of energy, though, left over in the Ohio Valley states for more severe weather, including the potential for multiple tornadoes. Cities overnight that could see some stronger storms. Chicago, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, on down into Nashville, St. Louis, Louisville. I think the main threats from Indy to our area, the atmospheres, obviously, with the rain and the storms that have already pushed through. Now, it could destabilize again later in the day. But we look ahead, Wednesday, the severe weather threat will ramp up again over much of the same areas as we saw with Tuesday's threat zone. The number at risk will ramp up to at least 125 million people. We expect much more jet stream energy to be present today. That's going to lead to greater destabilization of the atmosphere. This could lead to more severe thunderstorms and a higher number of tornadoes compared to Tuesday, and more intense storms that could translate to the strong, long-tracking tornadoes, kind of what we saw on Monday. Now, a key to that intensity may be the extent of the cloud cover and the number of showers and thunderstorms that compete for that available energy in the atmosphere. They have outlined a high risk of severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes for Wednesday afternoon and evening, stretching from northern Arkansas and southeast Missouri, again to southern Illinois, southern Indiana, western and central Kentucky, and looks like northwest Tennessee. It's not going to take long for these storms to begin producing tornadoes. Tornadoes tend to form from discrete, intense thunderstorms. We call them supercells. The zone from central Ohio to central Arkansas likely to be hit with severe weather for the second day in a row. In particular, the area from Louisville to Dyersburg, Tennessee, that's kind of the bullseye, a high risk of severe weather, including that potential of strong tornadoes. Well, with so many people at risk here on Wednesday, so many major cities and small towns, as the storms are up and pass near the airport hubs, flight delays will increase, cancellations will mount. Because much of Ohio, Tennessee, and the middle Mississippi valleys will be subject to 2 days of storms packing not only severe weather but heavy rain, flooding risk will be substantially higher as we roll into midweek here. That flood risk will continue in parts of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, spreading into the central and southern Appalachians by Thursday as more storms erupt there. All righty, just in case I didn't get called in, hey, Mike, what day is it? Okay. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 75 degrees, did a bunch of stuff around the house today. Going to be picking up today for a local delivery early Thursday morning, then we'll load up for Ohio. Probably leave out Saturday for a Monday delivery up in the Cleveland area. John says, holy cow, kamikaze. So great to hear you again, old timer. Yes, I was surprised when I looked up at the screen. I said, kamikaze, are you kidding me? Still driving truck, though, after, what do you say, 44 years out there? Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Evan says, Diesel Extreme is a stronger fuel system cleaner. Who else we got? There we go. Waters are slowly receding. There's Dave responding there in Texas. But we are going to get more rain on top of the heavily saturated soil. The streams and rivers are already full. I'm crossing my fingers and toes. We'll keep you posted out there. We do still have a lot of road closures and construction to fix some of the bridges and roads to get them reopened and flowing freely once again. Then he sent me a link to some of the updates from drivetexas.org. Undoubtedly, Eagle wants to say a few words about what unfolded over the past day. Big news day. Yeah, first, in regards to the ongoing hush money trial, as they call it there in New York, then I guess you'd have to call it a big win when it comes to the classified documents case. Let me start there. The trial in Florida over charges of illegally keeping those classified documents after leaving office has been indefinitely postponed. A judge decided this past day, greatly reducing the odds that he'll face a jury in either of the two federal criminal cases before November's election. Of course, he had previously been scheduled to go on trial May the 20th in the documents case. That's the one brought by special counsel Jack Smith. But the prosecution and defense had both acknowledged that date would probably undoubtedly have to be delayed. Now, District Judge Eileen Cannon, who had appointed to the bench by Trump in 2020 this past day, said the trial will no longer begin on May 20. She did not set a new date. She had scheduled pre-trial hearings to run through July 22nd. Now, Smith is now facing significant obstacles to getting either federal case against Trump to trial before the election. Cannon is yet to rule on several legal issues crucial to the documents case and has signaled support for Trump's defense on some of those matters. The separate case brought by Smith involving Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election Well, that's the one where the Supreme Court seems poised to recognize that former presidents have at least some immunity from prosecution over official actions. That outcome most likely would further delay Trump's election-related case as lower courts determine which allegations against him are covered by that legal shield. Trump's lawyers had said a trial in the documents case should not start till after the election, but they also suggested an August 12 date in response to an order from Cannon to propose a timeline for the case. Smith had proposed a July start date. All right, Trump's lawyers have been working to delay all 4 criminal cases he faces. The other was, apparently Stormy Daniels actually took the stand in Manhattan this past day. The New York Times reported one of Trump's attorneys, Todd Blanche, argued that her testimony was overly prejudicial and that the government is asking questions to inflame this jury. Blanche contended Stormy's story has kind of evolved, and that the jury also heard inappropriate details about her alleged sexual encounter with Trump. Now, he said Daniels' testimony this past day was about consent and danger. That was not the story she was selling back in 2016. Also said that Daniels is testifying about consent, and that kind of testimony makes it impossible to come back from. Said the defense objected at best, the best we could, but she was able to say what she said. Now, questioning how the defense could come back from this in a way that would be fair to the former president, we believe there should be a mistrial or that the witness's testimony is excluded and extremely limited. In a post on X, the Daily Caller court reporter quoted Blanche as saying, quote, "The guardrails for this witness answering questions from the government were just thrown to the side." Now, in response, prosecutor Susan Hoffinger claims the state was extremely mindful of not eliciting too much testimony. Mershon said Daniels' testimony had too much detail, but denied the motion for a mistrial. He did reportedly put restrictions on how the jury will be able to use her testimony. Richardson said he was surprised there were not more objections. So it was kind of a crazy, crazy day. So let's see what Eagle has to say about a crazy day in the courts. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. How you doing, Steve, brother? Yeah, it was a wild day today, but it's all look like it's coming together for Donald Trump, Steve, in these 4 bogus cases. With the good news today, Stormy Daniels, she doesn't even count as far as I'm concerned. Her testimony means absolutely nothing. She's just her profession alone. What she does to earn a living speaks all. It says all you need to say about her in her testimony. If you believe the words that come out of a person that does what she does to earn a living, then the USA really got real problems. If that's who we getting our damn truth from, is from somebody who makes their money. Well, I better not say that because I don't want to get you kicked off the air. But yeah, Steve, like I said before, the whole thing makes no sense. But the case I want to really talk about, and I remember talking to you about this a long time ago, back in January or sometime maybe even before then, with this Jack Smith loser. Remember they showed photographs of these classified documents spread all over Donald Trump's house, in the bathtub, in the bathroom. And you know damn well that Donald Trump wouldn't leave classified documents in a bathtub, in the bathroom, on the floor. It's been come to find out now that they tried to frame Donald Trump, Steve. That these people that busted into his home they the ones that scattered these classified documents all over the floor, and they falsified information to try to rig up, but just like they rigged the election, they tried to rig up Donald Trump's home too, down there in Florida on a bogus search warrant that they never got any damn way to even bust into the man's house to begin with. So all this stuff is coming together, Steve, for some people that's not smart enough to put two and two together, that this is all one big frame job, going from Fannie Willis to the bogus fake deal they got going on with Stormy, to the other case where the woman claims that she was raped by Donald Trump 30 or 40 years ago, which was nothing but a lie. And then you already know about the January deal, which that was nothing but a frame job. So it's all gonna blow up in the Democrats' face, Steve, when it's all said and done. It looks like anybody in their right mind know none of these cases mean nothing. The judge in New York, this case, like Donald Trump said today, this case should be overthrown and thrown in the trash can before Michael Cohen, a known liar, before he hasn't even had a chance to speak yet. And you already know he's not going to do nothing but come in the courtroom and tell nothing but lies. He shouldn't even be allowed to come on the stand. But like I said before, hopefully the case will be thrown in the garbage where it belongs. And like I said before, Steve, and like a lot of other people said, and I give Donald Trump credit, Steve. Donald Trump got some big balls to say what he said this morning before he went in that courtroom. And he's speaking for every American, and every American ought to support Donald Trump. He said that he's not going to let this bogus judge take away his freedom of speech. And he said that he don't give a damn about going to jail. He's not scared to go to jail. That's what a real man would say, Steve. Somebody that's not going to let this bogus judge take away his freedom of speech. And everybody else can talk except for Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels can talk. Everybody else, News, CNN, big fat, big loud mouth, Whoopi Goldberg. I seen a video today, and she's laughing and jumping up and down when she heard the news that Donald Trump could go to jail. The View, that show should have been canceled a long time ago. Her and all the other loser friends on that show make me sick. Like I told you before about Whoopi Goldberg, Steve. She's not only ugly on the outside, she's ugly on the inside. She got it both ways. She's so disgusting, and she makes me so sick. But I tell you who makes me even sicker, Steve. The two ugliest women possibly to ever walk on the face of this earth, and that's Nancy Pelosi and good old Maxine Waters. I don't know if you heard what Maxine Waters had the nerve to say. She was on the news. She was on the TV a couple of years ago, Steve, telling people to harass Donald Trump Trump followers and wherever they went, if they was a restaurant. And guess who was on the radio? Guess who was flapping their mouth yesterday saying that she thinks that Donald Trump, that his people are going to cause problems if Donald Trump loses the election. This Maxine Waters, she's the biggest crook. I told you before years ago that she represents one of the worst neighborhoods in Los Angeles, California, Compton, California area. But yet she stays in a multi-million-dollar home in the suburbs of Los Angeles, California. She don't give a damn about those people that she represents. She doesn't know. She just uses those people as a stepping stone to get into Washington, D.C., to continue making her pockets fat, just like Nancy Pelosi out there in San Francisco, another gutter city, gutter. The whole damn state is nothing but a gutter at this point in California, Steve. Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden had the nerve. I still give her a damn medal around her neck for what? What does Nancy Pelosi deserve a medal for? For the ugliest woman in the world. That's about the only medal she deserves. But yeah, Joe Biden had the nerve to give her a medal the other day. It's just disgusting. And speaking of Joe Biden, Steve, I got a new name for Joe Biden. I heard another guy say this on his radio show, daytime. I got one other thing I wanted to say to you, Steve, before I hang up. But yeah, we got another name for good old Joe Biden. We're gonna start calling him a diaper man from now on. That's what we're gonna say, Mr. Stiff Man. I don't know if you've seen the way this guy walks. This guy lately, he walks like a damn robot. He got on this blue suit or whatever the hell I seen him on the other day. This guy barely can walk. He creep along. He walks like the guy said, like he got a diaper full of, you know what? He's just an embarrassment, Steve, for the US of A. This is supposed to be the most powerful man in the world at this point. He's not. I got bad news for you, Joe Biden. You're not the most powerful man in the world. You're the weakest man in the whole damn world. And you see what's going on with these college campuses all over America, Steve. I thought this stuff had subsided, but now I turn my television on tonight, and it's even worse than it was last week. You still got these people out there protesting at these colleges all over America. Joe Biden still hasn't taken a stance, still hasn't said that this will not be allowed, that we're not going to allow these people to go to our colleges and ruin it for the college kids that are wanting to get an education. So here's what I think about this situation with them, Steve. I'm getting even more heartlands than I was last week. What they need to do now, anybody that's in these protests, they need to be arrested, and after they're booked and taken down to the station, if it's found that they're a student at this university, if they're under scholarship, the scholarship is gone.
Yep.
They will pay if they want to attend the school, they can pay for it their damn self. But anybody that's caught in these so-called protests that are getting government funds or any type of scholarships to these universities, and I guarantee you, see how empty it'd be the next morning, Steve, when you start taking people's scholarships away from them, and they got to pay $70,000-$80,000 a year to go to a damn college. You'll see a whole bunch of them so-called protesters disappear. The only people that'll show up is these paid protesters that's paid by George Soros and other losers like that they have, like you told them, like you said last night, Steve. And Pappy gave you a congratulations, and I'm gonna give you a congratulations too. You said get a job, you damn bum, and that's exactly what those people are, is a bum, and that's what I say to these protesters: get a job, you damn bum. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, you're on a roll. You got me chuckling. That's great. Yes. Oh boy, how do you top that? Well, we're a couple minutes from news break here, and it is 844-3388. You know, so what's on your mind? Roy sends me a couple of updates this early morning. First, out of Davenport, Iowa, a QCA truck driver receiving national recognition for his lifetime of excellence on the highway. Born and raised in the Quad Cities, Stuart Shuck has been a truck driver since 1981, recently inducted into the National Private Truck Council Driver Hall of Fame. He's been a CPC logistics truck driver for 26 years, has driven over 3 million accident-free miles for John Deere in Davenport. Pretty impressive, huh? I got out of service, and there were no jobs in the Quad Cities. And my brother had been driving for a couple years, and he asked me if I wanted to ride along with him. Now, that was almost 43 years ago, and I'm still doing it today. Every year, the National Private Truck Council inducts only 4 drivers from across the country, and this year, he was one of them. Now, he said to me, it's not a big deal. It's just like, I mean, it is a big deal, but it just means that you're doing your job, because nobody wants to have an accident, right? Yeah, nobody wants to have problems. So to me, I've just been here doing the job correctly. That's pretty much it. I did share a little bit of advice to other truck drivers. Do not get complacent, he says, and keep an open mind. I mean, everybody learns. If you're not learning, you need to quit doing it. Yeah, there's no magic bullet. Now, his brother-in-law, who is also assigned to drive for John Deere, won the award back in 2020. He's accumulated over 4 million miles of safe driving, so it kind of runs in the family, I guess. The Shuck's son is following in both his father and uncle's footsteps, driving for John Deere, and has driven over 1 million miles without a preventable accident since beginning his career in 2017. So indeed, it is all in the family, right? A family affair. There is a deadline looming. We'll give you more details coming up maybe in the next hour. About 1 million Americans may be missing out on tax refunds for 2020, the year the COVID pandemic began, of course, according to the Internal Revenue Service. That's because those families have not filed their 2020 tax returns. And you are facing a May 17 deadline to do so, or you lose out. And they're saying there's more than $1 billion in refunds that are actually unclaimed at this point in time. Like I said, more on that coming up next hour as we roll into a hump day.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead following tornadoes in Oklahoma. Speaking about the tornado outbreak with Fox Weather, Barnsdall, Oklahoma resident Jimmy Blake says she fled as quickly as she could.
We grabbed my purse, my laptop, my little dog, my husband, my elderly mom, and my 8-year-old grandson, and we drove very fast to Bartlesville.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt traveling to the Barnsdall area to tour the damage. He also said he directed resources to the area to aid in recovery operations. Stormy Daniels spent some time on the stand for cross-examination talking about her alleged sexual encounter with former President Donald Trump. The adult film star is the core of the prosecution's case in Trump's hush money trial in New York. Daniels testifying they had sex in 2006. Then years later in 2016, and she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for $130,000 to stay quiet. Israel is responding to a peace deal that was brokered by two Middle Eastern countries. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
The capital hosting an event Tuesday for Holocaust Remembrance Day. President Biden speaking about what he says is a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism seen at college campuses across the country. The president says while he respects the students' right to protest, a line has to be drawn.
I understand. That's America. But there is no place on any campus in America, any place in America, for anti-Semitism or hate speech or threats of violence of any kind.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia while on his way home from being stationed in South Korea. Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz, whose wife worked on hostage negotiations for the Trump administration, tells Fox News that this is a tactic Russia and other adversaries often use for geopolitical leverage.
I haven't been briefed. It wouldn't surprise me if they lured this soldier in, perhaps with online dating or something else. It's a pretty idiotic thing for him to do. Now, if they can get a Victor Bout, an international arms dealer, by taking a celebrity, what can Putin get by taking a soldier?
Mr. Peanut can't be happy about this. Here's USA's Corey Myers with the details.
2 types of Planters brand nuts have been recalled from Publix and Dollar Tree in 5 states. Planters parent company, Hormel, announcing a voluntary recall of 2 Planters peanut and mixed nuts products produced at one of its facilities because they have the potential to be contaminated with listeria. A full investigation is currently underway to determine the source of that contamination.
A new law in Tennessee goes into effect July 1st that says students who threaten mass violence in schools will lose their driving privileges. The law says any juvenile who makes a threat to commit an act of violence on school property or at a school-related activity will have their driving privileges suspended. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, cue the microphone. Back at it here for another hour, which would be hour number 2 as we roll into a Wednesday. The number of severe weather warnings had really diminished over the last several hours after a very, very active evening. We do still have a very strong cell rolling into east central Ohio and moving over into western and southwestern Pennsylvania, as well as the adjoining counties in northern West Virginia. That kind of convergence zone of the 3 states there, which is under a tornado-warned cell. Just before the midnight hour Eastern, that warning was issued. Radar indicated rotation, so it should be around New Cumberland about this point in time. Aside from that, it's probably the first tornado warning we had seen in several hours. Still a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, torrential rains, things beginning to calm outside the secret bunker at this hour. But things, obviously, as we mentioned in our first hour, are going to be ramping up later today. Another active day. For the truckers out there, I know many truck drivers diagnosed with sleep apnea that use the CPAP machines. We've been talking for several years now about a massive recall that has been ongoing. And we have an update. The manufacturer of the popular CPAP machine has reached a settlement regarding those recalled devices that could impact millions of users. We go back to June of 2021. Royal Philips issued the voluntary recall of select CPAP and bi-level BiPAP machines. It was about the foam that's used to dampen the sound created by the units that could degrade, become toxic, or maybe cancerous. Those devices were sold all the way back from 2008 to 2021 under the Philips Respironics brand. Now, they say they sold roughly 15 million machines around the world that were affected by the recall. The Food and Drug Administration classified it as a Class 1 recall, the most serious type, which entails a situation in which there is a reasonable probability that the use of or exposure to the product will cause serious adverse health consequences or death. In April, the FDA announced a consent decree had been reached with the manufacturer. Under the settlement, Philips Respironics agreed to pay damages totaling $1.1 billion to users of the recalled machines. Those payments are expected to begin in 2025. The remediation of the sleep therapy devices for patients is almost complete, according to the CEO of the parent company, Royal Philips. We do regret the concern that patients may have experienced. According to the settlement, the funds will go to users of the now recalled CPAP and other respiratory devices who suffered from significant physical injuries. The company said that already about 58,000 people have filed claims or registered for the settlement. From the billion-dollar settlement, $25 million is to be earmarked for medical monitoring and funding research on treating injuries related to the recall. All right, we know what we must do to meet the consent decree requirements, they said. We've been working with the FDA, already making significant changes in its organization, quality management systems, and operations. Strengthening the quality management process, deepening the competencies of the relevant teams. We are fully committed to meeting the terms of this consent decree and continuing to serve the millions of patients who rely on our products and services every day. That $1.1 billion injury settlement coming 1 week after the company announced they had settled a class action lawsuit over economic damages incurred as a result of those recalled machines. That settlement, which is worth a minimum of $613 million and includes $94.4 million in attorney's fees, offers reimbursement to users, including insurance companies, for recalled machines that they had bought or leased. Under the settlement of that settlement agreement, users are entitled to a $100 award if they return their recalled device by a claim deadline of August 9, according to the recall page offers. $100. What was the cost? I mean, these devices, they cost hundreds of dollars, didn't they? Users are eligible for a payment for each recall device they purchased, leased, or rented. Additionally, any user who paid out of pocket to replace a recalled machine may be entitled to a device replacement award. Okay. For now, sales of those, what was known as the Dream Station and other respiratory devices, are on hold. They said they plan to resume selling the machines once they've satisfied the terms of the consent decree. They did say they will continue to service units and provide replacement parts for devices that may still be in use out there. There's probably a lot of people that aren't even aware of that recall being in existence that may still be using those machines. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. That's the number to dial us up here, as Senor Heatwave has done. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I use a ResMed 11, so I don't have to worry about the Philips. But I tell you what, someone didn't do their study in trying to figure out the long-term effects if the foam were to go bad. Now I feel sorry for them. And $100, yeah.
Right.
I got to tell you, I don't know how much one of those machines cost. But because when I was with the Evil Orange Empire and then the Yellow Empire, they bought the machine for me. That was company paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to worry about filing insurance claim. Now with this current company, that's another story. But anyways, let's see here. Well, today, what's left of my day, yesterday, 5/7, that was 5/7's wedding anniversary, 42nd.
Really?
To his lovely bride, Sue, yes. So if he's not on this morning, that's the reason why. 42 years of wedded bliss.
Oh boy, that's a milestone. Yeah, we hadn't heard from 5/7 in a few days.
That's probably the reason why. But I'm not for sure who all was involved in it, but it was decided that we needed to send a condolence card. And I bought a condolence card, with deepest sympathies. Saying 42 years is an awful long time to be picking up someone's underwear from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And and then I told Terry, 5/7, I said, to be able to pick it up with your toes, kick it up in the air and catch it, that's always a good feeling, ain't it? 42 years worth. And then I sent the proper congratulations, happy anniversary card. So, and at first I didn't realize I didn't know where I had put 5/7's address. And then I find it and I fill out the envelopes, and I forgot to mail the damn things when I was going to work this evening. So it'll be a little while yet before he gets those cards. But I thought that was pretty funny to send a condolence card first and then send the actual congratulations card. Well, let's see what's going on there. Stormy Daniels. Jeez. I tell you what, you can't give her the gag order because I don't think she's gagged once on anything you give her. That shouldn't even be, the alleged sexual interludes should not even be involved in this case. That's not what the case is about. And I mean, if the Federal Elections Commission and the Biden DOJ have said there's nothing here to try, I mean, good night. Even Biden's DOJ says no, there's nothing here.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a directive before Biden decided to get down and dirty? I don't know. Because he sure got them people going up Trump with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah, my voice is still kind of. I'm still chewing on them Ludens like it's going out of style.
Really? Wow.
But I've got that, and I've got some other cough drops that has an antiseptic, not antiseptic, but something to deaden the pain or
right.
the
kind of numb it
inflammation or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, yep. So I don't have to worry too much about running out as long as Walmart has a sufficient supply of Luden's cherry cough drops. Well, they're not really a cough drop. They're just a lozenge. They really ought to be in the candy section, the hard candies, but that's just me. Well, we didn't have any of the stormy weather that you guys had over yonder, and there in Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma, rather. We just had high winds out here all day long, clear and high winds here in the land of entrapment. So, it's blowing across 25 right now, so it's a little bit of a chore trying to keep these wiggle wagons in line and trying to keep the tractor in line too. So, oh well. So they're going to take away the driving privileges of students that have done something, in high school? Is that what they're saying, or the college, or what? I didn't quite understand what that news story was about. Did you remember hearing anything about it? It was on the news break.
I didn't catch that. Nope.
Well, I don't know about you, Steve, but I and a lot of my friends, we drove without a license anyways. Now, possibly because we were there in a rural community, going to a rural school, and I won't say it was urban because the population of Rogers, Texas, was 1,030 from the time I was in a Head Start program all the way till I graduated, 12 years later. I mean, that's not exactly a big buzzing metropolitan area. So, I guess you would call that a rural school. But I mean, we didn't worry too much about, losing, not driving without a license. Hell, we did it anyways. We lived on farms, and we drove, big equipment. I mean, hell, I was driving a Poppin' Johnny before I was 10 years old. And I was driving a diesel tractor, right at 10 to 11. So, I mean, it was no big deal for us. Now, of course, if you wanted a school parking permit, you had to have a license. But, who's to say you couldn't park off of the campus,
Right.
And I think a lot of these kids that are getting threatened with this, they're just going to blow it off. They figure as long as they don't drive stupid, they drive regular like everyone else drives, safe, there really is no reason for folks like Pappy to pull them over unless they have an obvious defect, like a headlight out or a tail light, or, they didn't make a turn signal. But, I mean, that really isn't going to do anything to prohibit them from, doing something stupid at school. Yeah, so, and of course, we always grow up and complain saying, well, these college kids that are out there saying we are Hamas, death to Israel, death to America. Everyone's saying, well, pull their funding. Oh, Biden's not going to do that. He don't want to upset them. In fact, he wants to pay for their education using our tax money.
Right, we're going to pay off their student loans. Correct.
Yeah. It's a win-win for those idiots out there. And you heard, I guess you all heard about the George Washington statue there at George Washington U. Excuse me. It, being covered with Hamas stars and shawls and whatnot. And they still haven't cleaned it up. Now, one thing these idiots need to understand when they're yelling death to America, their right to peacefully protest, not vandalize, but to peacefully protest was one of the tenets of the Bill of Rights that George and the boys fought for and won when they defeated England. And that's what the rest of us that have been in the military from that time to present day are fighting for. But when you vandalize property, when you go in and take over a building and just destroy it with, paintings, breaking windows or whatnot, you have lost that right. I don't know how else plainer to say that.
Yeah, and I don't know if there are anybody being charged with the destruction of property, vandalism. I'm not aware.
Not that I've heard, and I doubt they will until we get somebody in office that says, you know what, we've got your face, we got facial recognition.
Yep.
I don't know if they have to have the whole face to do it, but I mean, if they can get you from the eyebrows to the tip of your nose.
Well, I mean, they're still rounding up people using facial recognition from January 6th. I mean, yeah, they can do it if they want to do it.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All righty, what do we have? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Cash said CPAP machines just a few years ago were running about $1,200. Then you had to purchase the hose and the face covering, and that had to be replaced every few months. All right, I knew I thought they were pretty darn expensive. They ain't cheap, right? And insurance only covers a certain amount, so. All right, so here, starting in just a few more weeks, truckers will be required to carry more liability insurance in the state of New Jersey. You'll recall earlier this year, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy signed into law Senate Bill 2841 requiring heavy-duty truck owners to carry a minimum of $1.5 million in liability insurance for each truck in case of injury or death of one or more persons in any one accident, or for damage to property in any one accident. Now, the insurance increase applies to commercial vehicles weighing 26,001 pounds or more. Of course, the federal requirement is still at 750,000. Now, we talked about this pretty in depth at the truck show there in Louisville. Most of the insurance experts say $1 million. Most truckers carry $1 million in coverage. You can still find someone that may underwrite the $750,000, the minimum coverage. I mean, who was it we spoke to that said that's kind of like some of your bigger box insurance companies, your Progressives and things may offer that. The requirement will go in effect on July 1. Now, while the text of the legislation is kind of muddy on whether the insurance hike will apply to out-of-state carriers operating in New Jersey, the transportation law firms suggested both intrastate and interstate carriers could be affected by this. Now, that would be, that's a new one on me. There is no indication in the legislation that it is intended to apply only to intrastate New Jersey operations. There appears to be kind of indirect evidence that the intent is that the new higher minimum limits under this legislation will apply to all vehicles within its scope, whether interstate or intrastate operations. And we'll be back with more.
USA News Update. Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene says she'll stop calling for Speaker Mike Johnson's removal if no further aid is given to Ukraine. She also told reporters she wants the defunding of special counsel probes into Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels continues her testimony regarding her alleged 2006 sexual encounter with Donald Trump. It's a key part of the prosecution's case in the former president's hush money trial in New York. Trump's accused of falsifying business records related to paying Daniels to keep quiet about the encounter just before the 2016 election. According to a Suffolk University USA Today survey, the majority of voters anticipate former President Trump's conviction in his ongoing hush money trial in New York. Just over 65% of registered voters expect a guilty verdict on all counts or some counts, while 23% expect Trump to be found not guilty on all counts. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let me get back, finish up with the New Jersey thing. I had assumed from the beginning this would apply only to vehicles registered in the state of New Jersey. Can they require drivers coming in from out of state to have that 1.5 million minimum? The FMCSA has considered increasing the federal minimum applicable to commercial motor vehicles. To date, they've not elected to do so. Now, whether New Jersey's statute will cause other states or maybe even the FMCSA to similarly increase their limits, that's yet to be seen. Now, for several years, of course, there's been this push to increase minimum insurance requirements at the federal level. Right now, there is actively H.R. 6884, the Fair Compensation for Truck Crash Victims Act, that was introduced last December, that would increase the minimum requirement from $750,000 to $5 million. Several of the insurance folks we spoke to there during the Mid-America Truck Show said undoubtedly, with no question about it, that would put a whole lot. I mean, the smaller operators, the owner, you can't afford a $5 million insurance policy. Yet many are struggling with just maybe that $1 million policy, paying the monthly rates for that. $5 million. We'll see where it goes, and we'll try to get more details if indeed this is going to include drivers coming in from other states into the state of New Jersey. All right, back to the looming deadline. $1 billion potentially in refunds that may be lost to people that did not file their returns in 2020. It was the heart of the pandemic, and we, of course, had extensions, and people were being allowed to not file IRS was pretty much almost inactive. Couldn't get no one in the offices, nobody taking phone calls. They are estimating more than $1 billion in refunds are unclaimed, and the deadline is just around the corner. By missing out on filing a return, people stand to lose more than just their refund of taxes withheld or paid in 2020. The estimate does not include credits that non-filers may be eligible to receive, credits including the likes of the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Recovery Rebate Credit, or other credits that might be applicable. If you miss the May 17 deadline to submit your returns, you will not be issued a refund. They say no appeals, no way to challenge in court. You're just out of luck. End of story, according to the National Director of Tax Technical Services out of D.C. Now, the IRS knows it has payments attributed to Social Security numbers where there is no corresponding 1040 on file. As a result, they know there is a potential refund due. Now, they say that's why we're trying to get the word out to those people. You need to file by May 17. The average median refund is $932 for the 2020 tax year. Texas has 93,400, California 88,000 plus, 53,000 in Florida, 51,000 plus. I mean, those are the states with the most taxpayers they know are potentially eligible for refunds. IRS commissioner issued a statement. We want taxpayers to claim these refunds, but time is running out for those who may have overlooked or forgotten about these refunds. There's a May 17 deadline to file, so you better start soon. So at May 7, I guess all that money just gets rolled back into what? The government, keeping those taxpayer dollars. It is 844-844-3388. I'm going to tie a couple of separate stories all into one. First of all, power consumption is expected to reach records both this year and next year. You know, it's the big push of going electric. Well, let's start with all this push to go electric has to do with the climate crisis, right? We're destroying the planet. We have to stop using the internal combustion engine. We all need to plug our electric vehicles in. Fewer and fewer Americans see climate change as a real problem. People are maybe finally kind of seeing the light that we are not in control. Mother Nature, as much as you'd like to think you can control her, she is in charge. The Monmouth University poll shows a 10-point decline from the last time the poll was conducted in 2021, going from 56% down to now 46% that view the climate crisis as a real problem. Yeah, 66% still viewed climate change as a somewhat serious problem. The biggest decline coming from young people. Only 50% of adults ages 18 to 34 say climate change is a serious problem. That was at 67% in 2021. Those ages 35 to 54 dropping from 48% to 44%. Ages 55 and older, a 10-point decline from what was 54% now to 44%. Then you look along political party lines. Only 13% of Republicans say climate change is a very serious problem. The number of Americans who said climate change is not happening has increased from 18% in 2021 to 23% today. 23%, I guess, say that's where I would fall in. It's all a grand hoax. Meanwhile, power consumption will be setting records this year and again in 2025, according to the Energy Information Administration. The projected power demand will rise to 4,103 billion kilowatt hours this year, then jump to 4,159 billion kilowatt hours in 25. Now that compares to 4,000 billion kilowatt hours last year. With growing demand, data centers, homes and businesses using more electricity instead of fossil fuels for heat and transportation. The EIA forecasts 2024 power sales will rise to 1,510 billion kilowatt hours for residential customers, 1,396 for commercial customers, and 1,084 billion kilowatt hours for industrial customers. They say natural gas share of power generation will hold at 42% this year, the same as last, before easing to 41% next year. Coal's share will drop from 17% last year to 16% this and 14% in 2025 as supposedly renewable power generation output rises. Now, the use of coal to generate power has been falling versus gas, in part because gas produces less carbon dioxide and other emissions, and its comparative cost to coal has actually dropped. Now, they go into a bunch more numbers, but it all begins to sound like great. But we're supposed to be relying on all this new renewable generation, correct? Things like solar and wind. That's where I tie in a third. This was a separate story which says new government data shows that wind power generation actually fell last year, despite the addition of all the new wind farms, all the new capacity that came online. That is a fact that the energy sector experts say demonstrates the inherent flaw. Wind generation fell by 2.1% last year compared to the generation in 2022, despite the 6 gigawatts of wind power capacity that was added coming online last year. That's according to the Energy Information Administration. That output dropped despite new capacity coming online, and the availability of government subsidies highlights the intermittency and the problems of wind power, what it could pose for the reliability of our power grid. That according to the energy sector experts. The decrease in wind generation, the first drop on record with the EIA since the 1990s. It was not evenly distributed across all regions, but slower wind speeds last year contributed to the decline. If the wind ain't blowing, the windmill's not turning, right? Now, this administration, the Biden administration, wants to have the American power sector reach carbon neutrality by 2035, a goal that will require a big shift away from natural gas and coal-fired power to the wind, the solar, and, well, other green sources. According to a policy fellow at the Center of the American Experiment who specializes in power grid-related analysis, relying on wind power to meet your electricity demands is literally gambling with the grid. Will the wind blow or will it not? This has got to be a moment where the policymakers step back and consider the wisdom of subsidizing intermittent generators, punishing reliable coal and gas plants with all these onerous regulations. From the year 2016 to 22, the wind industry received an estimated $18.6 billion in subsidies, about 10% of the total amount of subsidies extended to the entire energy sector. Wind power received more assistance from the government than even nuclear power, coal, or natural gas over the same period of time. Now, this isn't subsidies per kilowatt hour of generation. It is raw subsidies. If it were per kilowatt hour of generation, the numbers would be even more extreme. I mean, we're talking a massive amount of money. It's not enough to alter the energy investment decisions for the worse. Policy that focuses on installed capacity rather than the reliability of that capacity fails to understand the real needs of the electric grid. This illustrates more installed wind capacity does not necessarily mean more wind power production. It doesn't matter how much wind you add to the grid. If the wind isn't blowing at peak demand time, that capacity is going to waste. Wind power's performance was especially lackluster in the upper Midwest. Now, Texas, they did see more wind generation last year than they did in 2022. Wind generation in the first half of last year was about 14% lower than it was in the first 6 months of 2022. Generation was a bit higher toward the end of the year than it was in the same time of 2022, so that kind of offset, but all said and done, all that added capacity, still less power going into the grid as we continue, as I shared from the previous story, to see demand increasing to record levels. We are gambling with the grid.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, they're calling it the Big Woke Win. Yeah, the woke folks are the winners. Boy Scouts of America. It's changing its name. Yes, for the first time in its 114-year history, Boy Scouts of America will become Scouting America. Big shift as the organization emerges from bankruptcy after a flood of sexual abuse claims, and they focus on inclusion. Steeped in tradition, they've made a seismic change after what has become decades of turmoil, finally allowing gay youth to welcoming girls into the ranks of the Boy Scouts, trying to increase dropping membership numbers. The Irving, Texas-based organization announcing the name change this past day at their annual meeting in Florida. In the next 100 years, we want any youth in America to feel very, very welcome to come into our programs, according to the new president who took over last fall. Now, they started allowing gay youth in 2013. They ended a blanket ban on gay adult leaders in 2015. Then in 2017, made the historic announcement that girls will be accepted as Cub Scouts as of 2018. And into the flagship Boy Scouts, renamed Scouts BSA in 2019. They say over 6,000 girls have now achieved the vaunted Eagle Scout rank. There were nearly 1,000 young women in the inaugural class of the female Eagle Scouts in 21. The all-girl troop that she was a founding member of in Oak Ridge, North Carolina, has grown from 5 girls to nearly 50. And they believe the name change will encourage more girls to realize they can join. Girls were like, "You can join Boy Scouts of America?" When people question the need to change the name, she points out membership is at historic lows right now. Part of my job is to reduce all the barriers I possibly can for people to accept us as an organization and to join. I don't think I need to explain it to people. It's pretty self-explanatory. When you started allowing the LGBT to be in charge of leadership positions, obviously there's a lot of parents that don't feel comfortable with their children being left alone with those sort of individuals. All right, it's, as I said, self-explanatory. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm an Eagle Scout. But I don't know. I don't think they'll survive all of it. I think we'll eventually see the end of it there. So, you sitting down?
I indeed am, yes.
Are you? Oh, okay. Well, it's a good deal because I hope you got a pocket full of money. I asked a question today. If I bought one of them cyber trucks, what would it cost me? She said, they got a couple of customers, roughly about $195,000.
Whoa.
I'll give you the I'll give you the estimate on, the insurance company's going to get in there too. The estimate on the insurance, $8,000 every 6 months. That's a pocket full of money, ain't it?
That is a tad on the steep side, yes.
Well, them at $195,000, if you can afford that, I guess you can afford $8,000 every 6 months for insurance.
I reckon. Well, how about your boss? If your boss had to have, $5 million liability coverage on your trucks, would he think he'd be able to stay in business?
Probably not. He probably just shut the doors there, you know.
Because, I mean, you drive for a guy that has a number of trucks, right? $5 million policy on every truck he owns. That's outrageous.
Yeah, he's got 115 trucks. That'd be a lot of money.
You're right.
Yep. That's what's driving. That's what's driving all this. Let's put the T in trucking right now. I read where the CVSA mulls another personal conveyance guidance request, but they're not The FMCSA, I don't think they're going to give it to them. They haven't given to them yet. They want to limit the number of miles and the number of hours. Well, my boss man already limits it 2 hours, whatever you can get in. So if you can't get it done in 2 hours, I don't guess you need to get it done there.
Okay.
And then, they're going to end the toll down there on Alabama's Foley Beach Express Bridge there. So anybody going down there on vacation, and you'll have a little bit more money instead of paying that high dollar there. And, you know, I came through Ramblers area today over there, down there in Mobile, Alabama there, but I didn't see his church. I don't know. I did see a big old sign down there that says no perfect people allowed.
Okay. Well, hold that thought because we're up to news break here.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump characterized his New York hush money case as a disaster. Following Tuesday's trial recess, Trump described it as a very revealing day in court.
A very revealing day. As you see, the case is totally falling apart. They have nothing on books and records.
He asserted that the district attorney, whom he claimed is backed by George Soros, is in trouble. Trump reiterated his belief that he should be on the campaign trail and argued that his case is politically motivated. On the witness stand today, Stormy Daniels testifying that she and Trump had sex in 2006. Then years later in 2016, she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for $130,000 to stay quiet. According to a Suffolk University USA Today survey, the majority of voters anticipate former President Trump's conviction in his ongoing hush money trial. Just over 65% of registered voters expect a guilty verdict on all or some counts, while 23% expect Trump to be found not guilty on all counts. More than a dozen judges are blacklisting Columbia University law students. A group of 13 U.S. federal judges appointed by former President Trump are warning Columbia that they won't hire its law school students and graduates due to how the institution handled anti-Israel protests. The judges expressed that they've lost confidence in the university, calling it an incubator of bigotry in a letter obtained by Reuters. A popular social media app is suing the U.S. government. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
TikTok is suing the U.S. government over its effort to have the popular app banned in the country. The The lawsuit was filed Tuesday in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. District by the social media app and its parent company, ByteDance. It argues protecting Americans from the Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act violates the First Amendment.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Russia is confirming a U.S. soldier is in custody charged with theft. Ryan Daniels has more.
According to one district court representative on Tuesday, Gordon Black will be held for at least 2 months in pretrial detention. He reportedly traveled to Russia to meet a romantic acquaintance. Black was stationed in South Korea. He's accused of stealing property from a Russian citizen. State media in Russia claims the arrest has nothing to do with espionage or politics. Several other Americans are currently held in Russian prisons, including a former Marine and a Wall Street Journal reporter.
Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene says she'll stop calling for House Speaker Mike Johnson's removal if no further aid is given to Ukraine. She also told reporters she wants the defunding of special counsel probes into Donald Trump. However, a vote to remove Johnson is likely to fail, as Democrats say they'll vote to kill the resolution. The Boy Scouts of America will officially change its name to Scouting America in February 2025 as a sign of its commitment to inclusion. Currently, more than 1 million youth are enrolled in its programs across the nation, including over 175,000 girls. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt in Qatar. Meanwhile, Israel has announced it will continue operations. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The ones who keep events running safely have passed their exams. The ones who keep events running smoothly have finished their lessons. Now, the only classes that are in session are for the fans to enjoy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Part of the NTPA's off-season program includes educational and training sessions for the association's entry clerks and technical officials. These 100-plus individuals carry with them both behind-the-scenes and on-track responsibilities for executing the NTPA's membership, credentialing, competition, and safety rules. Last Saturday was the second of 2 online entry schools, which featured demonstrations of the NTPA's customized event registration software, introductions and reinforcements of policies and procedures, and lively discussions of best practices. It's the clerks who keep competitors, event promoters, officials, and the main office on the same page so we can start on time and entertain our fans with well-organized polling shows. In early spring, the wraps were put on the half-dozen in-person tech schools conducted by Tech Services Director Marvin Epperson. The sessions, which crossed the country from Florida to Minnesota and the calendar from January to April, included a detailed slideshow illustrating several pieces of specialized safety equipment with which all competing vehicles must be equipped. Then every official had to pass a written exam on their current rulebook that was evaluated by the independent SFI Foundation. More than 100 national and state events depend on these officials to inspect every vehicle and promote fair competition. You may only get to see the ones who wave the red and green flags, but everyone who wears the shirt deserves your thanks. Now attention turns back to the regular season schedule and a brand new online portal for Grand National Competitor Class entry. The NTPA has partnered with Trackside Systems of Canton, Ohio to digitize all full year and provisional membership forms for competitors and their vehicles. To sign up or enter a Grand National class at any event, the competitor must create an account with a valid email address, complete and purchase his or her license and vehicle registration if not already done, park the vehicle or vehicles he or she intends to drive in his or her online garage, and then choose the events, sessions, and classes to be entered with that vehicle. The Trackside portal is open right now for competitors to create their accounts, finish their driver license and vehicle registration forms, and fill out their garages. Over the next 2 weeks, the portal will have several events open for entry so the competitors can combine their fees for several polls into one purchase. The deadlines for online entry for each event will be noon on the Monday prior to the event, or in case of the first event in Benson, North Carolina, noon on Tuesday, May 28th. After this deadline, no further GN entries will be accepted online or on-site. While the Trackside service is available for all competitors to complete their 2024 membership documents, these pre-event online entry policies do not apply to regional national classes. They do apply, however, to regional competitors entering Super or Grand National classes. This represents big news to modernize the NTPA's membership and event entry processes. With it comes more information available to the promoter for arranging pit parking and other accommodations, to the association to better organize tech inspection and social media promotion, and to the fan who gets to know for sure that his or her favorite puller will be there to cheer to victory. For more information about the Trackside portal and online GN class entry, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, just like that, another hour off and rolling. Which, in this hour, will cover the latest on the Baltimore bridge collapse. It appears the final missing construction worker's body has been recovered. And capitalizing on the demise of yellow carriers who are benefiting, who made their big announcement this past day. We'll tell you coming up here. And, oh yes, I do see, and I guess this is, who was it? Eagle brought up that, I guess on The View, they were just jumping for joy, giddy this past day, that Donald Trump may be going to jail. New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, this past day said the Department of Corrections is prepared for Donald Trump at Rikers Island. Okay. We'll give you all that and more coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. Where'd we leave off with Knuckle Buster? Welcome back.
Oh, thanks for holding me over there, Mr. Steve Summers. They're not going to put Trump in jail. If they do that, they'll be in some serious trouble there, you know. Well, like I said, I was down there in Ramblers area today. I didn't see your church. I guess I don't know where it's at, but anyway, I saw a sign on a building down there that says, "No perfect people allowed." Well, I guess that wouldn't include, you wouldn't allow Jesus Christ in the rent. So I didn't know. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I don't know. Well, you know what lane filtering is? where them motorcycles
Yes.
ride up when the traffic
Yes.
bumper them.
And there's a
Yeah,
whole bunch of
that
states
always
looking at
scares-
that.
Yeah, they're allowing that now, and I'm like crazy, you know, because they got all these signs out here. Look twice, you know, watch out for motorcycles, you know, and they're pulling something crazy like that. Hey, I ride a motorcycle, but I don't do that junk. I'm not going to get run over and killed for today. So, all right, you ready for them? There's no difference between a brawl and a bar. Once they're opened, men go crazy. And that's a true statement, right?
That is, that's a factual statement. Yes, it is, Knucklebuster.
Yes, all right. Well, one of my neighbors said his wife told her they needed to buy a one night stand for the house, and he said that is all she was supposed to be. She locked his ass out of the house. He got in a lot of trouble. So. I don't guess she thought it was funny. She was supposed to be a one night stand. Anyway, that's all my bull on it for right now. Hey, you got a great show going. I'm headed for the Big A again, so this is getting to be a bad habit there.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
All right, well, good to hear from
Well,
you,
have a great morning,
Knucklebuster.
Steve. We'll call in that loneliest hour.
All right, he mentioned the lane filtering thing, or lane splitting for the motorcycles. I knew I had seen that. A number of states are looking at that, and I believe it was pulled it back up from Landline yesterday or day before. Operating a motorcycle between traffic lanes. A maneuver many professional drivers and others have witnessed through the years. You've seen it. Some call it lane splitting, which that's the term I'm more familiar with, or lane filtering. Legalizing the maneuver in certain circumstances has turned into an annual topic around the country. Advocates argue that it's beneficial because it saves motorcyclists time and fuel and reduces the risk of getting rear-ended in stop-and-go traffic. Some in the trucking industry has raised concerns about cyclists attempting to maneuver around big trucks. Now, almost 10 years ago, California became the first state to adopt a rule permitting so-called lane splitting. The 2016 rule authorizes motorcycles to travel between lanes at speeds up to 10 miles per hour, provided the traffic is moving at 30 miles per hour or less. Utah followed suit several years later. The Beehive State permits motorcyclists to move between stopped vehicles on roads with a posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour or less. Motorcyclists are permitted to travel 15 miles an hour or less on roadways with two adjacent lanes to split travel lanes when traffic is stopped. So they're not saying you're allowed to fly between the vehicles, but 15 miles per hour. 2021, Montana was added to the list of states to legalize. It is permitted when on a road with lanes wide enough to pass safely. Two-wheeled vehicles are permitted to overtake stopped or slow-moving traffic at speeds up to 20 miles per hour. Filtering between lanes of stopped traffic traveling in the same direction is permitted as conditions allow. Arizona enacted a law to permit filtering the following year. Motorcyclists in that state on congested highways are allowed to move between vehicles up to an intersection. The law permits lane filtering to be completed on roadways with two lanes of traffic in the same direction with a limit up to 45 miles per hour. Vehicles must be at a complete stop. Additionally, motorcycles can travel up to only 15 miles per hour to complete the maneuver. On the other end of the issue, there's about a dozen states that prohibit lane filtering. But the matter is continuing to be a topic of discussion in a number of other states. In Colorado, the governor has signed into law a bill to legalize lane filtering. The maneuver is forbidden on the right shoulder or in a lane of traffic moving in the opposite direction. There's a clarification that the move is forbidden once vehicles begin being overtaken or passed, begin moving. They must be at a complete stop. That law takes effect in August of this year. There is a sunset clause at this point of September of 2027. They're going to take a 3-year period to see if the rule is worth continuing or if it causes more problems. 2019, Utah passed a law permitting lane filtering. In March of this year, Governor Spencer Cox signed into law a bill that clarifies what is permissible when performing the maneuver. The new law states that lane filtering is permitted on roadways divided into 2 or more adjacent traffic lanes in the same direction of travel. Additionally, the maneuver is authorized on freeway off-ramps. Lane filtering is prohibited on an on-ramp. I think there's a couple of others. You got Missouri. Oklahoma had a bill to legalize it. That particular bill has died. Rhode Island, they had a bill that has died that called for permitting cyclists to do lane filtering there. So some states yay, other states nay, but it's a patchwork all over the country where it is legal and in many cases not. And Philip checks in here on a Wednesday. Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day. Hey, they got that down here in the state of Florida, Steve? Is that on the list?
I would have to go back and see. I think that might be on the list of prohibited. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think we got something like that down here because down here you have to maintain a lane. The lane is in between the lines. So when you're splitting the lane, you're on top of the line, right?
Right.
So that could be argued about that point because you're supposed to maintain a lane. When you're driving, you're supposed to be maintaining a lane in between the lines. And I think that could be fought down here. So how's the rain up there, Steve? Is it pretty hard?
Oh, we had some torrential rain earlier. It's at least outside the bunker here. The rain has pretty much let up now. Just a lot of runoff. And yeah, we had the tornado sirens wailing about 10 o'clock this past evening. Strong cells pushing through.
Yeah, I just looked at the weather warning, national weather map for radar for up in there, and I noticed that there was a tornado watch, or warning and watch, over for, it was over there by Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just west of there, a place called Hanover, and over in that area there, but Beaver County, Washington County, they had a full-blown everything. And I noticed there was a lot of alerts issued for Kentucky. I know that yesterday was bad in Missouri, and it was pretty rough over there in Oklahoma. Boy, seen some of the stuff when I got home yesterday afternoon over there in Oklahoma, and it looked rough. We're going to be getting up to about 99 today.
Really?
They told us we're going to get up to 99. We'll
cooking.
We'll be in the indices over 100. And we're going to be that way for next week or so. But next week, supposedly, we're going to have a lot of rain. So we'll see how that plays out. I imagine with all this heat building, we're going to get the sea breezes. We're going to get some rain in the afternoon. That's usually what happens. But they take an old rocket back to the service structure so they can fix that valve from yesterday there. I heard that's going to be Friday, the way it's looking.
Okay.
So we'll see Friday if they can get her up in the air. But they're rolling it back to the barn. they'd rather change the valve out and be safe. And now they're trying to figure out what that valve, that vibration is, anything in that valve making that noise. You know, if it's really, you know, just a characteristic of that valve or not. But they cycled it once and got the vibration out, and it came back again after the valve sat for a little while with pressure on it. So it's one of those things. Hey, Steve, have you ever heard of Olympus Mons?
Olympus what?
Olympus Mons. It is a volcano that is actually on Mars, and it is the biggest volcano known to man in the solar system.
Really?
So, yes. So, Mount Everest is supposed to be the highest mountain in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I've gathered that. I mean, it's the other ones that you know of. I don't know of any other. Mount Everest is a little bit over 6 miles tall. It's close to 6 miles. It's about just over 5 miles, between 5 and 6 miles tall. This thing is 16 miles tall. Now, if you think about the atmosphere, our atmosphere ends where we can breathe. Around, I mean, you know, the air gets thinner the higher you go. But when it really goes into the vacuum, it's between 5 and 10 miles. So picture a mountain that is sitting right up into, past the ozone layer, right up in there. You can shoot something right out into space. And it's 350 miles across this thing. So from Jacksonville to Miami is 348 miles roughly. So this thing, if you looked at Florida, it's as big as the state of Florida. Long. So check that out, Steve. It's a huge piece. I found out about it yesterday. I knew nothing about it, and I was talking to some friends of mine. We were talking about volcanoes, and they said, "Well, listen, check out this one on Mars. It's supposed to be the biggest volcano in the solar system." So, and it's probably the reason that Mars is the way it is, because the magma in the middle that protects the center of the planet was blown out of this volcano whenever it erupted. So, just food for thought there, buddy.
Wow.
So, that's pretty much all I got today, bud. I hope y'all have a good one. If you get a chance, look that thing up. You can see they've got some satellite views of it. It's big, it's mammoth, and I'll catch y'all later.
All right, Philip in Florida, safe journey for the rest of the way on into the office, I guess we'll say. Off to work we go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, plenty of room for you. Kind of a quiet start to our Wednesday at 844-844-3388. So it was XPO, the LTL carrier XPO, announcing Tuesday the opening of 3 additional service centers, part of the 28 they had acquired for $870 million from the bankrupt Yellow Corporation's estate. They said they're adding a 36,000 square foot terminal in Las Vegas to grow their trade show shipping capabilities. The location will be XPO's second in that market and will provide trade show customers with 5 days of free storage. They also said they're opening a 20,000 square foot terminal in Landover, Maryland, ahead of schedule to ease shipping delays in the area caused by the collapse of the Key Bridge there in Baltimore. The opening of a 5-acre location near Dallas replaced a nearby terminal that they had previously operated. According to the chief operating officer, we're pleased to continue opening new service centers on schedule and deepening our presence in Nevada. Las Vegas is a vital shipping gateway for our customers and a major destination for trade shows and conventions. So with yesterday's announcement, XPO has opened 6 terminals so far this year. First 3 were announced last month. On their first quarter call Friday, the company said they will have 12 locations open by the end of the second quarter, with another dozen coming online by the end of the year. All these former Yellow locations they acquired, all of them are expected to be operational by early next year. This is going to increase their total door capacity somewhere between 10 and 15%. It is news break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Donald Trump's attorneys called for a mistrial in his hush money case in New York Tuesday after Stormy Daniels testified about an alleged hotel room sexual encounter with Trump back in 2006. The case against Trump revolves around money paid to Daniels prior to the 2016 election. The judge in the case ruled against the mistrial request. At least one person has died in Oklahoma following a massive tornado that devastated the small city of Barnsdall. The death toll in the state may increase as dozens of tornadoes swept through. Tuesday, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes could hit parts of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and other areas of the Ohio Valley. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So indeed, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, this past day, says Rikers Island is ready. One day after the Court Justice Merchan, presiding over the business records trial, threatened to jail Trump, finding him in contempt for the 10th time. It's the gag order that prevents Trump from being able to make public statements about the witnesses in the trial, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's staff, court staff, or family members of staff. I guess it was a press conference at President Trump's trial. They were talking about how he might end up in jail if he continues to violate the court orders. And one reporter said, is Rikers prepared for that? In response to the question, Adams said the New York City Department of Corrections Commissioner is indeed prepared. Our amazing commissioner, she's prepared for whatever comes on Rikers Island, and I'm pretty sure she'd be prepared to manage and deal with the situation. There you go. He said, as you can see, what's happening with Harvey Weinstein. We have to adjust, in this business, particularly around law enforcement, we have to adjust whatever comes our way. But we don't want to deal with the hypothetical, but they are professionals. They will be ready. So he found him in contempt on Monday. It's another fine of $1,000. So I guess he's now paid $10,000, right? Who was it? Was it that chimed in a few minutes ago? Let me flip back over here. Let's see. Buzzard Lips. Buzzard Lips checking in from Toledo, Ohio tonight. Kind of a steamy 70 degrees. We're dry right near. Headed to Mansfield. shortly, then back to Columbus. Steve, I think it'd be great if Trump would just take a $10,000 check every week into court, cover the fines, and say what he wants. That would be hilarious. Anyway, have a great, safe night, everybody. Thanks for what you do there, Steve. And Country Bumpkin did check in as well. Good morning to the overnight family. Okay, good to have you with us there. Now, Eagle wanted to chime in. We talked last evening, cue ball, several other. Eagle brought up that road check is just around the corner, coming up next week, 14th through the 16th. And so he had a few comments about the big money grab coming our way. Welcome back, Eagle. Or did we lose Eagle? I bet that means he either dozed off or taking care of business. Next online, who we got on board?
Hey, what's up, Steve? It's Philly Dan.
Philly Dan. Well, how the heck have you been?
Hey, I've been pretty good. It's finally awake.
Okay, yeah.
Normally I catch you weather, then I doze right off.
Really? And I thought you were. You were an overnight. Yeah. I thought you were delivering overnights.
No, I'm a day driver.
Okay.
I do a lot of city driving. Today, I got to go to Long Island, New York today, so I got to get up in the morning and get an early start, beat that traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hey, I didn't know if you saw that they were shutting down Kensington Avenue today. So all day, they're shutting the whole street down. They're going to be removing all the tent cities out of there.
Really?
Yeah, it's got really bad. But this new mayor, man, she's really putting a lot of pressure on Kensington Avenue. Like she's very vocal about trying to clean it all up, and there's been a lot of state troopers in the area lately pulling cars over. I mean, it's gotten really bad. They did this about a couple of years ago on Lehigh Avenue and Kensington Avenue. It was a tent city. It was about 1,000 people there, and they cleaned it out. They put signs out there and told people don't sit here, don't stop, and they cleaned it out. So hopefully, I mean, I don't know if it's going to stop it or not, but it's going to put a dent in it.
Yeah. So where they're going to try to? Where they're going to try to? For all the people that are camped out there, they got to go somewhere. Where's the plan to put them? Do you know?
I don't know. They don't have an answer for that. I guess they're just going to keep moving them along.
Okay.
I mean, Kensington Avenue, it's about 3 miles. It's about 3 miles of nothing but drugs. I mean, that whole strip.
Yeah.
It's very, very over. It's well known. I
mean, all the videos that I check out some of the videos and I see what's going on. What astounds me is how do the businesses, because there's nail salons and hair places and convenience store. How do they stay in business there?
Exactly. It's scary. I mean, look, they got daycare centers that's right in front of Tent City.
Yep.
The kids are going in there, and there's I'm not saying they're stepping on needles, but there's got to be needles there.
Oh yeah.
It's really bad. They have these convenience stores, and I don't know if Ohio has it, but they have it's called skill machines. It's like a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but they have them all over the place, and you see they're always they're trying to get rid of them because they're not regulated, but they're everywhere, and you see them just crammed in there for these machines. And I mean, you can't walk into one of these convenience stores and buy a soda without being met with a real thick military grade plexiglass. I mean, you can't go into these stores. They're as soon as you walk in, you're met with this plexiglass, and you got to speak through a little tiny drilled hole, telling them what you want. But I tell you what, I mean, these stores, I mean, like Walmart, for instance, I mean, they get hit so much. There's a Walmart less than a mile away, and you see groups of them walking into Walmart, and they just run out with their stuff. Eventually, within the next 2 years, you won't be able to walk into this Walmart. You'll have to do it online only and pick up at the curb, or because the Home Depots, all that stuff, you won't be able to go in there because the theft is so bad there. It's ridiculous. And I mean, But this fentanyl is really bad, man. This is serious stuff. Anyone that gets caught selling it should do life in prison because that's what it's taken as a life.
And that's the thing. They call it I think they're called the world's largest open air drug market. I mean, yeah, every morning when the sun comes up, these people, I mean, I understand they're addicts, they need help with their drug addictions, but they're lining up somewhere to purchase their drugs, right? They're going to, people are selling out of apartments.
Right. Yeah. Yes, it's wide open. I mean, it's clearly you can see them doing it, And listen, you should have a snitch program where if you snitch out a fentanyl drug dealer, you should get rewarded like $10,000. If the United States can send $95 billion to Ukraine, then they should be able to do it, and put a dent on it because, it's really bad. I mean, the between the fentanyl and the tranq, I mean, it's like zombies. I mean, if anybody don't know what it looks like in Kensington Avenue, just remember like Michael Jackson's Thriller video, and it's kind of like what it looks like. I mean, it's just zombies everywhere.
It is really sad. Obviously, I did a quick search and I pulled up the story. So in other words, you're gonna have, I don't know who's it gonna be trying to go and move these people out, but all these zombies, like you say, that are passed out on the sidewalks and the steps. How the hell do they plan on getting them to move somewhere else?
I don't know. But like I said, they did it, though, on Lehigh Avenue. It was similar. It was Lehigh Avenue and Kensington Avenue. There was about 1,000 of them, and it was labeled Tent City. It was outrageous. And they put these big signs up that said, you will be removed. But they removed them, and like the next day there was about 100 of them, and the next day there was about 10. And now it's cleared up. I mean, there's grass growing on this, where it's supposed to be growing. But they don't have no signs there saying, like, no loitering. Nowhere along that whole area. All those stores you're talking about, there's not one sign. No loitering, no illegal drug uses. I mean, they're doing it in front of cop cars. They have no consideration, no care whatsoever.
And then that's the thing. But the cops don't arrest them. That's what blows my mind.
Yep, exactly. I don't know if maybe Pappy might chime in and say, are the cops told not to interact with them, or is it, are they afraid that they might get in trouble, or because it's wide open? I mean, if I get caught with a beer in my hand, I could go to jail.
Yeah.
And they're doing, doing everything. I mean, it's like I said, they got state troopers all over the place now, and they're pulling cars. You never saw a car being pulled over there, and now there's they're trying. Maybe, I don't know. There's hope,
I'm guessing those are people that, they come in probably from miles and miles around. The people that maybe do have homes or apartments, they come in to get their, and it's a daily thing apparently. They come in and get enough to get through the next day, and then so every day back and forth, all these cars coming in to hook up with a dealer.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, it's scary, man. Like I say, it's wide open. It's not like they're going in a side alleyway or it's right on the main strip right there.
And they'll be sitting right out there on the sidewalk, and you'll see them fixing up their dope and injecting right there on the street.
They do. I mean, I make deliveries there, and they're using my mirror. Because they like to to be able to see where they're putting it at, and they'll come up on my truck, while I'm making a delivery, and I'll look over and they're using my mirror to stick the needle in their neck,
Wow.
It's a whole different world, man.
Fascinating stuff. Well, Philly Dan, it's great to hear from you. Don't be such a straight. I see you're typically the first one on board on a nightly basis out of the box there. Johnny on the spot.
I do. I check. Yeah, I check in, and then like I say, that weather is very important, because I do a lot of deliveries at the back of the truck, and but then I kind of like doze off. I keep it on though, I'll keep the Facebook on, and I'm in and out, but usually I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
But love the show.
All right. Well, have a great morning. Thank you for tuning in, and thanks for participating on a nightly basis. So yes, I did the search. That's It's about a long time overdue. Philadelphia will be shutting down Kensington Avenue from East Orleans Street to Allegheny Avenue on Wednesday as city workers clear an encampment in the neighborhood's main corridor. The temporary closure is needed to ensure the safety of city outreach teams as they engage individuals during the final day of what they're calling an encampment resolution, Wednesday, May the 8th, during which individuals residing at the encampment have been notified to dismantle any tents and structures that pose public health and safety hazards and obstruct sidewalk passage. Starting at 8 a.m. this morning till 3 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, city workers work on a planned encampment resolution on the 3,000 and 3,100 blocks, according to the city. Traffic will be detoured southeast of Frankfurt Avenue, Emerald Streets, and other nearby streets. Clearing the encampment is what they say will be the final day of a month-long encampment resolution process. They've been working on this since early April, apparently, where they began posting signs on the 3,000 and 3,100 blocks of Kensington and other adjacent areas saying camping and storing belongings will be strictly prohibited. The city said Philadelphia outreach teams and social service agencies have been working with individuals in the neighborhood to ensure housing and treatment services will be made available for the homeless. The city said, we appreciate the understanding, the patience, and the cooperation of the residents of the Kensington community and surrounding neighborhoods during this temporary closure. Ahead of the planned encampment resolution, the mayor hosted a budget briefing in Town Hall at Rock Ministries Tuesday night, to which he said, I'm here today because you matter to me, speaking to a packed audience, apparently. How are you going to tell children that you care about them and their future matters when they can't walk down the street without risking stepping on needles? They can't go into the parks and play without visually seeing something kids should not have to experience, which is very true. You see somebody's video. I mean, there's kids getting on school buses out there with all these addicts shooting up on the street. Now, an email to CBS News Philadelphia, the city said outreach teams have already engaged up to 75 people and observed 7/10 so far. At least 28 people have been placed into treatment or shelter services. As for anyone still at the encampments, they are not being removed from Kensington or arrested. Some are going into treatment centers and other housing that may be in the Kensington area or other parts of the city where there are treatment beds available. Some will just go into shelters for people living homeless. Others will probably just move on. But since Parker was inaugurated as mayor, she made cleaning up Kensington's open-air drug market one of her top priorities to make Philadelphia the safest, cleanest, greenest big city, which, of course, that's one hell of a task, as things have been out of control for so many years there. All right, it is 844, very interesting. Thank you, Philly Dan, for the heads up. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, Wheelchair Dave will be checking in here just ahead. It's been a while since we've heard from Hillbilly. How you been, Hillbilly?
Good morning. I'm good. I see you're not in Kansas now.
You are correct.
Blown away. Sounds like it got kind of rough in the Cincinnati area this last night.
Yeah, most of it was on, well, I guess you'd say the northern side of our county, Hamilton County, then on up into Butler County, out toward Kings Island. They're not too far away. Up toward Wilmington, I think they had at one point a confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah, the storm that came right through our area, I don't think it actually touched down. The rotation was up in the atmosphere, but it never made it down to the ground. But it was really close.
I got you. Oh, yesterday I had, I guess you could say, the day from hell. I got to the receiver and ended up sitting there for 4.5 hours and went 45 miles to a shipper, and I sat there 11.5 hours.
Wow.
So my days and nights got flipped over. Yeah, that's what I said. Like I said, I walked in after 7 hours. I went, okay, what's going on here? It shouldn't take this long to load a load. And they said, well, first shift that did their job and prepare picket. And I'm like, well, why don't y'all do your jobs? Because they forgot about me.
Mm-hmm.
4 hours later, they finally got me out of there. But one of them days, water trucking, right?
Yeah, right. Some days are better than others, but so that's a whole lot of hours. I mean, do you get any of that? How much of that time is compensated?
After the first hour, I get paid.
Okay.
Attention time.
Gotcha.
So, $25 an hour. So I can't complain a whole lot, but sitting there bored, twiddling my thumbs and trying to take a nap here and there. And if I go sound asleep, I'll take the yard dog, get up next to me, blowing air horn to get me up.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to be down there in Westchester at U.S. Foods at one this afternoon, before 1. So I got plenty of time to make it still. But yeehaw. Who was that first caller, that old-time caller that called in?
Kamikaze.
That's a long time since we heard from him.
Yes.
Yeah. I was listening. I went, man, I haven't heard that name in a coon's age.
A long time.
Oh, yes, it is. Brought back memories of when you were on the big one there.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to say one thing. I always thought Indiana roads were rough. Illinois 80 in Illinois proved to be wrong. That's more like driving in the cow pasture than it was driving on the interstate. As rough as it is through the construction through there. If anybody's familiar with that, they understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It is just awful. But just makes you wonder what they're doing to all this money and not fixing these roads or letting them go to they're almost nothing before they fix them. But, what kind of storms are we expecting today? Are they saying there, Steve?
I mean, it sounds to me, with all the activity we had, here through the evening and whatnot, it sounds like the atmosphere is not going to be nearly as unstable here versus areas maybe a bit further south, like the southernmost, over toward Evansville, through western and central Kentucky, over the Louisville areas from there further south. At least that's what I was kind of reading up on a bit earlier. That's the zone that's going to be at risk for more tornadoes.
That sounds good, because they went north to Warsaw today, and they'll be going south to Warsaw tomorrow, or today, or whatever. So that sounds good to me. I don't have to worry about the family there at the house. But, if you end up waking up in the morning and seeing little munchkins in the Yellow Brick Road, go see the wizard.
Okay. All righty. Hey, good to hear from you.
All you have to do is answer the phone.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Hillbilly, great to hear from you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've still seeing some stronger storms there in central Arkansas tonight. They had a couple of tornado-warned cells earlier. At this hour, just some severe thunderstorms. But the map is really quieted down this early Wednesday.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead following tornadoes in Oklahoma. Speaking about the tornado outbreak with Fox Weather, Barnsdall, Oklahoma resident Jimmy Blake says she fled as quickly as she could.
We grabbed my purse, my laptop, my little dog, my husband, my elderly mom, and my 8-year-old grandson, and we drove very fast to Bartlesville.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt traveling to the Barnsdall area to tour the damage. He also said he directed resources to the area to aid in recovery operations. Stormy Daniels spent some time on the stand for cross-examination talking about her alleged sexual encounter with former President Donald Trump. The adult film star is the core of the prosecution's case in Trump's hush money trial in New York. Daniels testifying they had sex in 2006. Then years later in 2016, and she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for $130,000 to stay quiet. Israel is responding to a peace deal that was brokered by two Middle Eastern countries. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
The Capitol hosting an event Tuesday for Holocaust Remembrance Day. President Biden speaking about what he says is a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism seen at college campuses across the country. The president says while he respects the students' right to protest, a line has to be drawn.
I understand. That's America. But there is no place on any campus in America, any place in America, for anti-Semitism or hate speech or threats of violence of any kind.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia while on his way home from being stationed in South Korea. Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz, whose wife worked on hostage negotiations for the Trump administration, tells Fox News that this is a tactic Russia and other adversaries often use for geopolitical leverage.
I haven't been briefed. It wouldn't surprise me if they lured this soldier in, perhaps with online dating or something else. It's a pretty idiotic thing for him to do. Now, if they can get a Victor Bout, an international arms dealer, by taking a celebrity, what can Putin get by taking a soldier?
Mr. Peanut can't be happy about this. Here's USA's Corey Myers with the details.
2 types of Planters brand nuts have been recalled from Publix and Dollar Tree in 5 states. Planters parent company, Hormel, announcing a voluntary recall of 2 Planters peanut and mixed nuts products produced at one of its facilities because they have the potential to be contaminated with listeria. A full investigation is currently underway to determine the source of that contamination.
A new law in Tennessee goes into effect July 1st that says students who threaten mass violence in schools will lose their driving privileges. The law says any juvenile who makes a threat to commit an act of violence on school property or at a school-related activity will have their driving privileges suspended. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, as we cross over, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast, haven't we? Indeed. All right, hello to Roki on board here on a Wednesday. What do you say? So when I used the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, a short time later, check engine code appeared. Camshaft sensor error. Research showed this code can appear due to dirty oil. Changed the oil and it cleared. He said he believes all that stiction residue might have made the oil dirty. That's how he said, I know it works. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, morning 55 in Humphrey, Nebraska. Yes, we had a lot of storm damage in southwest Missouri. Not so much structural, but a lot of very old, majestic trees uprooted, blown over. Our Central Park, where the trees are wrapped in Christmas lights each year, was devastated. So that may change the holiday lights, but no injuries. That's good. The hot blonde wife worked hard cutting up tree limbs, which was very taxing on her. She's sore and hurting, but she got it done. I am truly blessed to have a woman that can and does handle these situations with a positive attitude and grace. Our neighbors pitched in to help her and our youngest son get some tree limbs cut up and removed. It was an epic effort. Anyway, just got up, Steve, fixing to load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip southbound. How about a special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. Very good. Morning, Wheelchair Dave. What's happening?
Good morning there, Steve-O. Hey, that was really good to hear from old Kamikaze. Man, he used to call in the show a lot, and I do remember him calling an awful lot, and probably we should, if he's still listening, we probably should, you caught him up to date on everything, and so he helped you with some pavers and stonework there at your house, huh?
Way back in the day, he had passed. He was coming through town, and I picked him up at the truck stop. I think I picked him up down there in like Florence, and he came up, spent the day with us
Florence
at the swimming pool, and I was trying to lay some stepping stones from like the back door down to the pool area, and that was a little project we did that day years and years ago. Those stepping stones are gone now. It's been that many years.
Wow. Well, speaking of being gone, I would share with them that unfortunately he's still listening, that Brad Mays and Bubba Bo are no longer with us, you know.
Yeah.
That I'm sure he called in and listened to that as well. But no, what I want to call and talk about this morning, I got to put your thinking cap on here there, Steve-O, your broadcasting thinking hat. That George Soros, okay, apparently today or yesterday he was given a waiver where he was denied buying 40% of the radio stations or something. I believe that's what that waiver stands for. I'm not exactly sure, but some of the radio stations are reporting that this guy's trying to buy up 40% of the United States radio stations, along with Spanish-speaking stations. And I think, Steve, there's only, maybe 8 or 6 companies that own all the media stations in the United States? That's a pretty low number, isn't it?
Most of the stations are owned by, the likes of iHeart is the biggest. The one, Audacy, I think, is the second, which that's the one he's looking to buy a bunch of. I think Cumulus maybe comes up next. There's Salem Broadcasting. I mean, most of the big players own. There ain't a whole lot of mom and pop radio stations left out there.
Right. Now you got a friend. I'm going to tell you, you have a broadcasting friend that actually thinks the world of you, and that's at Raleigh. That woman named Raleigh James.
Really?
Man, is that woman? Oh yeah, man. She talks about you and WLW and stuff quite a lot, and didn't like how you were done at all at WLW. But heck, she knew all the people on her right hand that owned all the WLW and got it all started when it went to nothing and built back up and stuff. That woman, she knows anything and everything there is to know about radio stations in the United States. I mean, I'm telling you what, I'm amazed at her ability and stuff. But yeah, she does talk about you every now and then, so that's a feather in your cap, brother.
That's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so this waiver. Now, what does it actually mean? Waiver denied. Does that mean that? I mean, tell me a little bit more. I don't quite understand what that means.
You sent me a couple of links here, and honestly, I knew Soros is in the trying to make the purchase, and most in the conservative radio is mostly, I mean, especially on the AM side, is what's left of any conservative radio. The thinking is Soros wants to buy. If you can control the media, right, you control the narrative of what the people hear. The liberals pretty much own all the television news outlets. So he's looking to, especially in an election year, that he wants to kind of buy and control the content of conservative radio.
Exactly, and and if he does that along with the Spanish stations, if he gains over 40% plus the Spanish stations, by golly, he's controlling what we listening to and what's coming at us every day. Obviously, they can't allow that to happen. I wouldn't think. I mean, that's something that we definitely don't want. You talk about dictatorship, But yeah, I just kind of wanted to know a little bit more about that. They said he was going to try to go after Cox Communications as well.
That's another name. Yep, I don't know how big they are.
General Electric. I'm sorry.
I'm familiar with Cox. I'm not sure how big they are in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah. Time Warner. I don't know if Time Warner's big anymore. Gant Intercommunications, Cumulus that you were talking about, and what was that? Westwood One. What that used to be on? Westwood One. Where'd that come on?
Westwood One is still around. Yeah. They're big into the concert stuff. Concerts and radio. Broadcasting radio concerts on radio.
Okay.
And they're also...
Well, anyhow, I just wanted to send those articles.
They're also a big name in the syndicated programs. Things like, the Rush Limbaughs, the Glenn Becks, and which they're no longer, of course, but Westwood One's big on the syndication thing.
Yeah. Well, I've always admired you and your broadcasting skills, and as long as I think I've known you for the last 20 years, I believe. Maybe like right when your dad, because I used to listen to your dad, and then when you did fill-ins for your dad, maybe that's when I first met you on the radio. But I know you've been around a long, long time, and anyhow, I just wanted to let you know what was going on out there in the broadcasting world, and that some of the people were sticking up for you.
Very good. Great to hear from you, Will Chairdale. I'm going to go through this. You sent me from the Media Research Center that was asking the FCC to deny Odyssey's change of ownership related to their Chapter 11. The politically motivated petition to deny by the conservative media watchdog targets Soros Fund Management, led by, obviously, the billionaire George Soros, which invested hundreds of millions to become the largest stakeholder in Odyssey when it emerges from bankruptcy. Bozell said there is no question George Soros and his affiliated business are looking to control these radio stations to advance their particular brand of activism. An Odyssey spokesperson declined to comment on the petition. Odyssey received swift approval for its financial reorganization from the bankruptcy court in February, just over 6 weeks after beginning a prepackaged Chapter 11 proceedings. The ball is now in the court of the FCC, which must give the company permission to exceed the current foreign ownership limits. Odyssey has set up the transaction in a way that will allow the restructuring to be completed and maintain short-term compliance with the foreign ownership limits until they secure approval from the FCC to have indirect foreign ownership of more than 25%. That is critical because other executive branch agencies review waiver requests for national security, law enforcement, foreign policy, and trade policy concerns in a process that can take 6 months or more. Now, Odyssey told the FCC that if it were to wait for a declaration or a declaratory ruling from all those agencies involved, it would take months, and that would significantly delay the emergence from bankruptcy, which would impose substantial burdens on the company. They point out the special warrant structure and limited waiver proposed in their application is no different than what was allowed in the Alpha Media and LBI Media bankruptcies. It's that special warrant Odyssey seeks that is at the core of Bozell's petition, contending that the Soros groups are trying to fast-track approval without the commission first conducting their normal review process to determine if the license assignment transfer is in the public interest. The Communications Act does not contain a special Soros shortcut, he says. And the FCC should not countenance this request, for one. The petition goes on to say Odyssey request seeking an interim step offers no assurance that the foreign owners will not try to exercise impermissible control and influence over the radio stations, nor have the Soros groups carried their burden of demonstrating that the various radio stations will not feel pressure to abide by the wishes of those foreign special warrant holders until the FCC completes their review of any petition for declaratory ruling that the Soros groups may choose to file down the road. It's not the first time conservative groups have cried foul over a Soros-backed media investment. Latino Media Network's $60 million deal to buy 18 radio stations in 10 cities from Televisa Univision received an unusual amount of attention in Washington due to the financial support from a group of investors, including an investment entity affiliated with Soros Fund Management. That's where we were talking. Florida was one of the big ones, I think. Yeah, you had Radio Mumbai out of Miami. Yeah, talking about, which according to, who was it in Florida? Somebody called in down there saying that there were actually, believe it or not, some conservative Latino stations where the Cuban population, many of the Cuban population, not big supporters of the likes of the Biden administration. Recall that. That's been about a year or so ago. But the concern was they're going to try to take those stations and take the conservatism off the radio. So, all right, appreciate that, Wheelchair Dave. Hadn't really been paying close attention. But yeah, what would the motivation be for George Soros buying radio stations? Radio has become more and more of a very difficult thing to make money. I mean, all these stations are in tons and tons of debt. But at one point, iHeart, the biggest, was, I believe, 20 with a B billion in debt. I mean, they're still working on coming out of bankruptcy proceedings themselves. All right, 844-844-3388. Back to your calls right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, there was a press release a couple weeks ago where Congressman Chip Roy was kind of sounding the alarm about this Soros radio purchase. Let's see, April 25th. So, yeah, just a couple weeks ago. Representative Chip Roy calling out George Soros for trying to fast-track his acquisition of the major radio company Audacy through the FCC. Roy said this transaction, which affects radio stations that reach millions of listeners across the country, including in Texas' 21st Congressional District, should, at minimum, be subject to rigorous FCC oversight to ensure U.S. radio stations are not subject to undue influence. Audacy owns more than 220 radio stations in over 40 markets. It is the second largest American radio group behind iHeart. That's when they go into the FCC Act. It provides that no radio station license can be held by any corporation that exceeds 25% foreign ownership, which I guess the Soros Group would be, right? Yeah, the Soros Groups asked the FCC to approve a change in ownership in Audacy without the normal process required by laws. We just kind of broke that down in the previous story. Instead of going through the usual position for declaratory ruling process, which would allow the FCC to review and assess those foreign ownership interests, the Soros Group has asked the FCC to waive that process and put it off till sometime down the road, indicating that those foreign stakeholders will be given special warrants in the meantime. Chip said the Soros Group says skipping the foreign ownership review at this time would enable the FCCs to expedite the approval of the applications and allow them to move quickly to realize their ownership interest in and take the reins at these hundreds of local radio stations all over the country. So it is getting attention in D.C. as well. But what do you say? Hey, Mike. Good morning.
There you go. Good morning, Your Honors. Yeah, so get a couple minutes here to start the day out with, I guess we can do the whole country here. So, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Why does this keep happening? This just keeps happening over and over and over, you know?
Hump day.
Kind of like Groundhog Day comes every week instead of every year.
Yeah, every time we turn around, what day is it?
Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So you think maybe now we talked that maybe George Soros, he might not be quite at the helm like he used to. What is it? His son or his grandson that he turned a bunch of stuff over to?
I believe the son is doing most of the control now. The
wheel and deal and squash squash about what they don't like. And supposedly he was supposed to be like off the deep end.
Even
to what George
supposedly
Soros was.
even worse, if that's possible, to be even further left of left than even George Soros. Is that possible?
Yeah, well, I guess so. I mean, if you're going to go out and buy all the radio stations, and to tell you the truth, if they're that much of a loss and in debt, well, you know what these venture capitalists did when they bought all these companies up, and they'd merge a couple of them together, but the first thing they did was you just get rid of the dead wood. So just shut it down. So not only do you own them, you're going to take them completely off the air. So anyways, it might be you're in a good spot there where you're at, and you don't need to be out there in the radio world, because there might be a lot of radio hosts looking for jobs here pretty quick if that goes through.
I just pulled this up. It was a feature from a Houston radio station that said it wasn't supposed to happen. Extreme leftist billionaire Democrat daddy George Soros giving up his $25 billion empire to his 37-year-old son. Alex is actually more dangerous than his father, according to the Media Research Center. He has youth on his side. He has billions of dollars on his side. And he's been hobnobbing with some of the world's most powerful leaders. It's a scary reality that we're living in now, with Alex taking the leadership role. Not only is he more dangerous, apparently he's even further left than his billionaire father. He is being groomed to become the most powerful kingmaker in leftist politics. Wow. Okay.
There you go. So where do they claim to reside at? What country do they claim for their nationality? Because George Soros isn't a U.S. citizen, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So I was wondering what country they're supposed to be from. But of course they want to have control over the most powerful country in the world, which is the United States, though they aren't from here.
Obviously, Soros is looking for a 40% stake, right, in Odyssey, and they're foreign in the 25% stake. They want to bypass the FCC on that. Hey, we'll be right back.
USA News Update. Former President Donald Trump's attorneys called for a mistrial in his hush money case in New York Tuesday after Stormy Daniels testified about an alleged hotel room sexual encounter with Trump back in 2006. The case against Trump revolves around money paid to Daniels prior to the 2016 election. The judge in the case ruled against the mistrial request. At least one person has died in Oklahoma following a massive tornado that devastated the small city of Barnsdall. The death toll in the state may increase as dozens of tornadoes swept through. Tuesday, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes could hit parts of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and other areas of the Ohio Valley. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Jeffrey in Florida, joining us a bit late. He said, good morning, Steve. Joining in late back from an ER visit for lucky me. All right, hope all goes well there. Yes, Dennis, you are correct. He said, I believe Soros is Hungarian. So he's listed as a Hungarian American. George Soros. Hungarian American billionaire, hedge fund manager, and philanthropist. But he's notorious, well known for pushing the leftist policies, Democrat policies for many, many years. Hungary.
All right, so I assume his son is then, too. His son is an American citizen, right?
I presume.
I would assume. Yep. Of course, we know what happens when we maybe we better presume instead of assume. We like that one better, because we know what happens when we assume. But anyways, so, yeah, I don't think the radio stations, the Odyssey is the end game for them. I think it's just a pawn maneuver in the big chess game of having control of the world. So whether how they're trying to do it or what their way of trying to figure out how to do it, it's just one more move in the chess game of maneuvers to get where they they want to have control of, I guess, everything.
So Alex was born in New York, no less. So he's an American philanthropist.
So,
yes, born in New York.
So well, I guess he could be president. Maybe they're setting it up that he's going to be president and the supreme leader of the free world.
Hey, if we need a true dictator, he's the guy.
There you go. How old did you say he was? You said he was 37? So he's met the two requirements there, right? He's born in America and he's over 35 years of age. So well, maybe we know who they're going to replace Joe Biden with now. I don't know. Anyway, guess we should go on from something else thinking that way. Did you get to talk about Baltimore yet with the Key Bridge? What their plans are here in the near future?
I hadn't got to that. I still got it sitting here. They did get they located the last construction worker yesterday.
Yeah, I'd heard that. I don't know if they've been able to do the removal of him from the situation yet or not. I didn't catch all that, but I did catch that they're going to start working on a lot of the bridge that's on the Dolly, and they've decided especially now they found this last construction worker, that for speed and safety of the other construction workers, they are going to use ordnance and they are going to blow up pieces of the bridge on the Dolly to make it into smaller pieces and let it splash down in the water, and then they can retrieve the pieces out of the water, and then that way that'll let them get the Dolly refloated and back to port. And the thing I thought was interesting is that they are going to keep the crew of the Dolly on board ship when they detonate to break up the pieces of the bridge. Kind of surprised me a little bit. I don't know. You got explosives. I guess if the bridge didn't sink the ship, I guess a little bit of dynamite, wouldn't
that'll finish
I
it
don't
off.
know. Right. So, anyways, but I guess they're really working on their plans of what they're going to do to get the removal process going here and really try to get that open. So you said XPO there. They got a place that they're going to be opening up to try to help alleviate some of this Key Bridge area problem.
That was the report. Yes.
I'm pretty sure that area that you're talking about is down near Washington, D.C., so I don't know. I'm not completely sure how that's going to, I know any transportation, increase will help some, but having an hour or more, hour without traffic and over an hour with traffic away from Baltimore, I don't know, but the biggest problem is that most of the freight, the line haul freight companies, your FedEx and everybody, they are and XPO and Old Dominion, and they are right on the south side of the Key Bridge. I mean, where the Key Bridge was, I mean, they got on at exit 1 and they went north across the bridge to go north to New York, and now they're having to go all the way around the Beltway or at least over to the tunnels to use the tunnels. And unless somebody wants to venture through downtown like I do, but there's not a lot of people that like venturing through downtown Baltimore, and I can't really say as I blame them too much. But anyways, that's the real increase, and of course everything was set up with those terminals that it's usually their runs are close to the driving limits, and it was set up with the Key Bridge to be close to their driving limits. So now, in order to make their runs work, they don't work because they have to have the increased time to make up for having to not be able to use the Key Bridge. So anyways, I don't know. It's just maybe that helps on the southern. Maybe that XPO one helps on the southern routes, that they can cross dock something there, or have something work out there for them. So maybe there's a lot more higher up muckety mucks on a lot higher pay scale than me that know a whole lot more about freight and general freight and LTL and all that stuff. I just stick with my liquid stuff here, and I try to stay under everybody else's radar and not have anybody realize what I'm doing and come and interfere with my work and want to try to get in my business. But anyways, I guess the only other thing we can say here tonight real quick is that we're getting down to the last few days of Make-A-Wish. I kind of looked at the site. I think overall, the donations overall seem to be down a little bit this year. I know my donations are down, and I think looking at the page, I think their donations so far, they always get a lot more put in on the Mother's Day itself. A lot of people donate right on Mother's Day, and but anyways, I was thinking last year was kind of a down year, but this year here, I don't know if it's economy-wise or fuel prices or a combination of everything, but it does appear as if the participation in getting the early donations accounted for, it doesn't seem to be quite as high, and I know mine's not where it was last year, so I'm kind of on track where I was the year before that. So we'll kind of see how things wrap up at the end of the week. But anyways, we're all going there, and if anybody is out there and they wanted to look there, I actually had a little bit of extra contribution put in yesterday, and get this, Your Honor, right now I'm number one. I'm number one, Your Honor.
Okay.
So if anybody'd like to go to the site and see my name on top, it's wishconvoy.org. Wishconvoy.org, and you can see my name on top, and you can click on my name, and I'll let you go investigate why my donations are the way they are. But I'm not gonna. I'll leave that for the investigative crew to get out there and do. But just as I say, wishconvoy.org, and you'll find me there at the top. For at least for right now, we'll see what happens come Mother's Day.
Right.
So, other than that, we'll talk to you later then, Your Honor.
Have a good morning. You got it. Thanks for checking in. With that, it is, let me see, next up. Come on, computer, do your thing. Patience, my friend. Hello, Pappy. What's happening this morning?
What is going on, man? Surviving the storms, right?
We made it through. I don't know. What do you think? Is it going to be an active day, or everything going to be a little further south the way it sounds?
Yeah, I think we're done until late tomorrow night, I think. Yeah, man. Hey, I sent you one email with some attachments on it, man. This whole George Soros thing. Steve, man. I just don't understand. I get it if your company's in bankrupt or you're about to lose your land or something. I don't know why. How the hell these people can sell their businesses to Soros? You think they could just, if the real Americans just say, nope, not going to do it. But it sounds like what he does is he goes after these businesses that are either in bankrupt or whatever, and that's his little way of doing things. But I thought he was a dual citizen, is what I thought.
Well, George, it says Hungarian American. So born in Hungary. I don't know who his parents were.
Yeah, I think he has a dual citizen. Now, Steve, everybody's under the misconception. If Vic is listening in, maybe you can elaborate on this. But just because you're born in the United States does not make you a citizen. You follow? think we talked about this once more before, but man, I hope Vic's listening in. He can maybe elaborate on this.
I mean, I thought the whole premise was, I mean, that's for so many years. That's why these, people from south of the border moms would come across the border when they're ready to pop, so their kid could be a natural born citizen.
Well, remember what were the Dems trying to pass through here? What the heck was the name of that? Where they were called all the kids that were brought over and or born here. They were trying to get them citizenship.
The Dreamers. What they call the Dreamers Act.
The Dreamers, I guess. But listen, say you got a family, husband and wife, newly married, wife's pregnant. They're from Japan. Pick any other country in the United States. It don't matter. Anywhere in the world. Germany, whatever. They're over here on vacation. And she gives birth to that baby. Does not automatically make that baby a United States citizen. I believe one of the parents, if one of the parents has citizenship, then yes, the baby is considered a U.S. citizen. But if both parents aren't, that baby is not considered a U.S. citizen. Check it out. Maybe Vic can.
Yeah, because off the top of my head, I always thought, like I said, I thought when you're born in this country, that made you, what'd they call it? They had a term for it.
Well, yeah, seems to me that people misinterpret that. I don't know. Maybe Dick can set me straight if he knows what I'm talking about. Now, I know military personnel that are stationed overseas, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the missus has a child overseas, Steve, are they a U.S. citizen? They're not born in the United States. Yes, they are. If a member of the military is stationed overseas, and Steve, maybe they can clear this up too. But I think that baby has to be born on a base, a United States base.
Well, isn't that what John McCain fell in that category? Didn't I just did a quick search, and it says Amendment whatever, Section 1, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution directs all persons born in the United States are U.S. citizens. This is the case regardless of the tax or immigration status of a person's parents.
What year was that?
It's from the IRS.gov.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, man, but I remember having this discussion many moons ago, though. It's been a while. Maybe I'm wrong. But that was my impression if somebody's over here visiting on a vacation. They're just here for a couple weeks and they happen to give birth. That doesn't make that child a citizen.
Yeah, it seems like I've shared stories in the past where there is a business where pregnant women, I mean, there is a business where they can hire these companies to get them over here so they can give birth while they're in the U.S. Anchor baby. That's the one I was thinking. Thank you, Heatwave. Anchor babies.
Anchor baby.
Yep. Now, Trump wanted to end that. Trump wanted to end the anchor baby thing. So,
right. See, I'll sit here watching, rolling some more cigarettes for the next 2 days. They were showing, I don't know, I guess there's this new song out talking about Hollywood elites. How they're all fake and whatnot. I just got me thinking, man, about all these Hollywood elitists. Steve, they're all snobs. They all think they're better than us. Just the way they act on the red carpet, the way they're treated. And I don't know why everybody, my oldest daughter, man, she, she thinks these Hollywood elites, oh my God, they're the greatest. Just because they're actors and on the big screen, they are treated by everyone around them, like they are gods, man. And after a period of time, everybody treats you like that. I don't know. Maybe you start thinking you are. But most of them, man, I'm not saying all of them. There's some good people out there. Selma Hayek, Latino woman there, extremely good looking. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar, yes. Mm-hmm.
Heard some, I heard some stories on her where she's real. She's real. She don't let that Hollywood stuff get to her head. I think George Clooney's like that too. Speaking of George Clooney, if he happens to be listening, I wonder if he remembers a time probably in the late 60s, early 90s. His father, Nick Clooney.
Absolutely.
Was a Channel 12 news anchor here in Cincinnati for years. Well, before he was with 12, Steve, he was with Channel 9. And I think I just told you the other night, my dad was a 9 News photographer. I used to go to work with him in the summertime. He would take me to work with him. Go down to the WCPO studio. I actually watched the news being done live several times. Him and Walt Mayer, sure you remember that name. Good buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, he took me to work one day, and George Clooney took his kids to work one day, and there were me and George running around in the studio.
Is that right?
The studio, playing together. Yeah. However, because I'm not famous, I doubt if he remembers that. The only reason I remember it, because it's Nick Clooney, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's my dad's just a photographer. His face ain't on there, but, it's Nick Clooney, so I remember that. I got to play with Nick Clooney's boy. I don't know, Steve. Man, I'm just trying to maintain sanity here and all this insanity going on around us. But there's a lot of evidence showing that Soros is funding. Everybody's been asking about who's funding
the protests.
All these colleges,
Palestinians,
these kids, the protesters.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of evidence showing. And how does China come in here and buy all this farmland? How does that happen? This boggles your mind, don't it? All right, bro, I guess that's about it, man. Yeah, Mother's Day coming up. Hey, man, horse feathers. You're still on, buddy. I went to their daggone website a couple days ago, and I couldn't find where he was talking about. I looked, trying to find his name or where it was talking about to actually donate to him. I couldn't find it, man. I don't know. He made it sound like it was so easy. So I just jotted down a website he gave us and said, go directly to him. So
if you, maybe if you went to the wish.org, maybe that went to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you type in wish,
it was an email I get from him.
Well, do the wishconvoy.org, because that takes you right to the site about the convoy.
Yeah. I get an email from him every year because I donate in the past. But it was an email I got with him, so I just clicked on that. But I think it was just I don't think it was the convoy.org. So I'll give it a shot. All right, man. Glad everybody's safe. Man, it got a little rough out here for a little while.
Yeah, I saw you went out there and recorded a little video. The skies were looking kind of ominous. The lightning was weird. The sirens were blaring.
I went and got the solar powered generator sitting right here in the kitchen. Sitting here looking at it right now. So I uncovered it, turned it on. Got some extension cords out, ran one over to the refrigerator. Thinking, man, the power's going to go off, lit some candles, just waiting. I'm like, it's going to happen. Power's going to go out. That's when I thought, maybe I'll text Steve real quick, see if he's got power, see if we're going to have a show tonight or not. It's right about 10 o'clock when them sirens went off.
Yep.
We survived.
I had just shortly before I had got out of the shower and I was getting ready to start my show prep, and of course that got everything discombobulated. I got way behind getting ready to go, but we got it done. Okay, so yeah, Pappy, if a child is born in America, they are citizens. My daughter was born in Germany. I was in the Army station with the British unit. She is a citizen, but can claim British citizenship or Germany. Her birth certificate is on file with the U.S. State Department.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump characterized his New York hush money case as a disaster. Following Tuesday's trial recess, Trump described it as a very revealing day in court.
A very revealing day. As you see, the case is totally falling apart. They have nothing on books and records.
He asserted that the district attorney, whom he claimed is backed by George Soros, is in trouble. Trump reiterated his belief that he should be on the campaign trail and argued that his case is politically motivated. On the witness stand today, Stormy Daniels testifying that she and Trump had sex in 2006. Then years later in 2016, she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement for $130,000 to stay quiet. According to a Suffolk University USA Today survey, the majority of voters anticipate former President Trump's conviction in his ongoing hush money trial. Just over 65% of registered voters expect a guilty verdict on all or some counts, while 23% expect Trump to be found not guilty on all counts. More than a dozen judges are blacklisting Columbia University law students. A group of 13 U.S. federal judges appointed by former President Trump are warning Columbia that they won't hire its law school students and graduates due to how the institution handled anti-Israel protests. The judges expressed that they've lost confidence in the university, calling it an incubator of bigotry in a letter obtained by Reuters. A popular social media app is suing the U.S. government. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
TikTok is suing the U.S. government over its effort to have the popular app banned in the country. The lawsuit was filed Tuesday in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. District by the social media app and its parent company, ByteDance. It argues protecting Americans from the Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act violates the First Amendment.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Russia is confirming a U.S. soldier is in custody charged with theft. Ryan Daniels has more.
According to one district court representative on Tuesday, Gordon Black will be held for at least 2 months in pretrial detention. He reportedly traveled to Russia to meet a romantic acquaintance. Black was stationed in South Korea. He's accused of stealing property from a Russian citizen. State media in Russia claims the arrest has nothing to do with espionage or politics. Several other Americans are currently held in Russian prisons, including a former Marine and a Wall Street Journal reporter.
Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene says she'll stop calling for House Speaker Mike Johnson's removal if no further aid is given to Ukraine. She also told reporters she wants the defunding of special counsel probes into Donald Trump. However, a vote to remove Johnson is likely to fail, as Democrats say they'll vote to kill the resolution. The Boy Scouts of America will officially change its name to Scouting America in February 2025 as a sign of its commitment to inclusion. Currently, more than 1 million youth are enrolled in its programs across the nation, including over 175,000 girls. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt in Qatar. Meanwhile, Israel has announced it will continue operations. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And away we go. One more time around. Final hour. Hump Day. Midweek already. Yes, indeed. What do we have going on? Everybody loves that new car smell, right? I know my wife loves the new car smell. The beloved benefit of buying a new vehicle. However, at least part of that scent could be due to toxic carcinogens released by flame retardants, according to a new study. Flame retardant chemicals added to seat foam and other car components pollute the cabin air inside all personal vehicles, according to the findings published in the journal Environmental Science and Technology. Further, these chemicals are added to meet an outdated federal flammability standard that actually holds no proven fire safety benefit, according to researchers. Now, considering the average driver spends about an hour in the car every day, this is a pretty significant public health issue. In a news release, it's particularly concerning for drivers with longer commutes, as well as child passengers who breathe more air pound for pound than adults. The research team found flame retardants inside the cabins of 101 cars, model years 2015 or newer, from across the country. Nearly all cars, 99%, contained tris, T-R-I-S, phosphate, a flame retardant under investigation by the National Toxicology Program as a potential carcinogen. Most cars also had two other flame retardants considered carcinogenic in the state of California. They list them here with all the technical breakdown. Tris and phosphate and Tris-2. These and other identified flame retardants also have been linked to neurological and reproductive health concerns. Testing found higher flame retardant concentrations in warmer weather. Off-gassing from seat foam and other interior components increases with heat. Vehicle interiors can reach up to 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Seat foam samples from 51 of the cars directly connected flame retardants in the cushioning to airborne chemicals inside the vehicles. For example, vehicles that contained the suspected carcinogen TCIPP in their foam tended to have higher concentrations of that chemical in the air. Flame retardants are added to seat foam to meet federal standards that were adopted in the 1970s, according to the researchers. Those standards have not been updated since. Firefighters are concerned that flame retardants contribute to very high cancer rates. Filling products with these harmful chemicals does little to prevent fires for most uses, and instead makes the blazes smokier and more toxic for victims, and especially for first responders. I encourage the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to update their flammability standard to be met without flame retardant chemicals inside vehicles. Well, now without those chemicals, do I still get the new car smell? I don't know. Morning, Gilligan.
Morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. You know what's funny? I bought that Challenger, that TA, back in November. I guess it sat on the lot long enough. That's how I got as cheap as it did. Still a $50,000 car, but it was $8,000 off the sticker. And when they first put it on the lot, it was a $63,000 for the increased market value. I bought that thing. You'd think it'd be a new car smell in it, but it had pretty well dissipated. The car had been sitting on the lot for, I think, almost 300 days. The salesman told me.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess after a while, even sitting around, it dissipates. It is what it is. Talking about Soros there. There's been a rumor around for as long as his name's been in the news, and maybe you heard about, that he was actually in the Nazi SS during World War II at the very end of it. Now, from what I understand, that is not true. He was supposedly he fought for the SS in Hungary at the end of World War II, but from what I understand, that's been debunked. If that is true, that's as evil as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
To want to join Hitler's SS. And he was 15 when the war ended, and I've talked to World War II vets that fought in Europe, and they says, towards the end, a lot of the German soldiers were kids. They put Hitler Youth in regular army uniforms, even SS uniforms. You'd have 12, 14-year-old kids in uniform. So it's not out of the question, but it's not been proven. There's a picture that I've seen that was supposedly George Soros, but that's not of him. That's of somebody else. And he's talking there, Philly Dan earlier. Well, I'm glad to hear Philly Dan on the air. He checks in every night.
Mm-hmm.
He rarely calls in.
Yeah.
Need to ask Philly Dan, hopefully he's listening, a question. Me and my wife went to Philadelphia in June of 2018 on vacation. Unfortunately, that vacation cut short. We went out to shore, out to Atlantic City. I've never been to Atlantic City. Just wanted to say, well, I've been out there. It's as filthy as it can get. It's nasty. But unfortunately, first night we got in a motel room out there, we got the call her father had passed away.
Yeah.
But we went into Philly. I'd always wanted to go to Center City, see the Liberty Bell, see Independence Hall, of course, and all that. We took a bus tour of the city, and they took you by Betsy Ross's house, this big prison. I can't remember how old that prison was, but it was old. The stone walls and everything. We went downtown and went by the courthouse there in the center of Philly. These people were protesting. They'd had tents set up on the sidewalk, these great big tents, and the tour guide told us that they had been out there for like 2 or 3 years. I was wondering if they're still set up there in front of the courthouse there in Philadelphia. I mean, it's amazing what these people do. They've been sitting there 2 or 3 years. I don't know whether they're switching out people or whatever. Wouldn't you like to camp on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse for 2 or 3 years, Steve? Don't that sound like a blast?
I'd like if somebody's paying me, I guess. What the hell? But I mean, otherwise, it's like, get a job, you bum.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. But they're out there, unfortunately. I mean, well, you know, they camped out in Washington D.C. during the Vietnam War protests and stuff. The National Mall and stuff. I remember seeing the film of that stuff. This really ain't nothing new. It's just, and the violence ain't nothing new. But you got a right to protest, but you ain't got a right to get violent. You don't have a right to destroy other people's property. You know, you don't have a right to threaten people's lives. I can't understand the disconnect, but that's what they do. They put fear into people. The Democrats have not changed since their inception, really. You know, and I don't get it. You know, I mean, the Democrats was the ones that fought for slavery. They're the ones that formed the Klan. I mean, they've been a violent party from their very roots. But I digress. Well, talking about the motorcycles passing on the zipper. I've had that happen twice in my career. I was coming out 78 there in Pennsylvania. Some of your listeners will be just 481. Some of your listeners I know will recognize that. I was passing a bar none truck. It's been 12, 15 years ago. And all at once I heard him, and there he went. It was a one-ride motorcycle, crotch rocket, flying up the zipper. Damn near scared me to death.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Bar None, you all right? Yeah, I think I may have to clean my pants later. You know, it's just like. And then tonight, of all nights, I was going down 81, right there at the 581 split, there on the north side of Roanoke. The airport literally is like 2 or 3 miles from that interchange. Here come one right up the zipper between us. Me and the truck that was passing me, and the truck in front of him started to get over, and I thought for sure he'd done rear-ended him. He was that close. But he got her slowed down. It almost ended up being a real bad one. If he'd have rear-ended him, I'm sure he'd have laid it down. And I had nowhere to go. Hopefully I'd hit the shoulder enough to miss him, but who knows at that point. You know, it's just, it can be very scary. I've had it happen twice.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a truck flip in front of me on 220 or south of Roanoke one night. That was May the 10th, 2017. That's something I never want to experience again. You know, literally a truck overturned. He'd almost run me off the road, went into a line, ended up putting it in the median. When he pulled it back up, he lost it. And I seen him bounce a couple of times, a couple of feet in the air, literally. That's something to see, a truck bouncing because they jumped it. He went sideways and flipped it. A state trooper asked me what I saw, and I told him, I said, well, I know he put it in the median after he come around me, and I know he lost it when he pulled her back up the road, but at that point, I was more worried about getting my truck stopped than what was going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
He chuckled. He says, driver, I'd be the same way. You know, there's no way around it. Well, I'm going to get off here, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Very good. Thanks for checking in. There's, speaking of checking in, Truck and Phil's on board. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Sta-Bil. Warming to 79 in Fort Wayne, 77 for Sterling Heights today. Let's get ready. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
And then it was caught on video. Is there any place sacred anymore where you don't have to fear someone pulling out a gun? Yeah, and it seems like it's becoming more common, even in places of worship. And that was the case Sunday, when a pastor found himself looking literally down the barrel of a gun when a man rushed the front of his church during the sermon. Video posted to the church's Facebook page showed Pastor Glenn Germany preaching at Jesus Dwelling Place Church in North Braddock, Pennsylvania, when a man entered the frame of the video pointing a gun at him. What was not seen in this moment was the man, identified as Bernard Polite, actually pulled the trigger. According to KDKA out of Pittsburgh, Pastor Germany says, "I thank God because only God stopped and jammed this gun. I'm thankful to God I'm still here because he definitely pulled the trigger." Yeah, the pastor, you can see, he ducks for cover as the gunman, after pulling the trigger and the gun didn't, he steps over the altar rail trying to advance on the pulpit. That's at the point when Deacon Clarence McAllister leaped the rail, tackled the gunman, and then the pastor actually joined in, taking the gun away from this guy and holding him until police arrived. Thank God for Deacon Clarence McAllister, the God-sent hero, said the pastor. Now, from there, it gets a little more interesting. Germany said the gunman was, quote, just dealing with spirits, he said. He came in and wanted to shoot somebody. I started to begin to preach, and all of a sudden, from my left-hand side, I saw him move from the back to the front of the church. He sat up on the front corner of the church and smiled at me. Then all of a sudden, I saw a gun pointing at me. At that point, all I could do was try to run for cover. Now, the gunman, who faces charges of aggravated assault and attempted homicide, he says, apologized, and the pastor forgave him. Now, a criminal complaint said the 26-year-old gunman told police he sought to shoot the pastor because God told him to do it. Okay, that's not God in his head. That's whatever the pastor called spirits. But then later Sunday evening, the body of Derek Polite, 56 years old, was found in Bernard Polite's home there in North Braddock. So apparently he had killed that individual already. The time of that death and the relationship between the two men wasn't established as of press time for this report, which was like back on Monday morning. So it was, I'm assuming, either probably his father, maybe a brother, or who knows. They hadn't put that together yet. But a guy pulls a gun, pulls the trigger, tries to shoot you, Brother Rambler, and he apologizes. Do you immediately forgive him?
Absolutely. Yes, you do. And, and I'm glad you finished reading that story, because God's children, that same gun that trigger got pulled and the gun didn't go off was used to kill. And the relationship between that man and the 56-year-old was his father.
It was.
We did find that out.
I didn't. How about that?
That was his father.
I'll be darned.
So he had already killed his father, and then come up to the church and to kill the pastor. So, yes, brother, you know, we do forgive him. Mar Miriam Emanuel, you know, he was attacked by a knife, stabbed 26 times. He's lost his left thigh. His first sermon back, you know, he said he called the Muslim, the 15-year-old Muslim. He said, "My dear, you are my child, and I forgive you." He said, "I lost my eye; it is gone, but I give it as a token for the Lord Jesus Christ." You know, yes, we always want to forgive, Steve. You know, well, you know, Peter looked at Jesus. He said, "Rabbi, how many times must I forgive my brother? 7?" Jesus says, "No, 7 times 7. You know, even if someone even tries to kill you. Because, you know, Steve, the worst thing that can happen to a person is to die lost without Christ in their heart and bust hell wide open. And yes, there is a heaven, but there is a hell that Jesus spoke of way more. And I don't care who it is. I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to see anybody that I know and don't know go to hell. And I tell you right now, the saddest part about hell, and you'll hear me preach it time and time again, Steve, the utmost saddest part is about hell is there's a lot of good people down in there. There's a lot of good people that pay tithes. There's a lot of good people that gave to charities. There's a lot of good people that helped old ladies across the road. But they did it without Christ in their heart. And Jesus says in John chapter 14, verse number 6, "I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. Nobody, no man, no woman, nobody comes to the Father but by me." And in John chapter 10, Jesus says, "I am the door that the sheep go in and out of to find good pasture." And Jesus says in John chapter 10, verse 10, he says, "The thief cometh but to rob, steal, kill, and to destroy. But I come so that you could have life and have it more abundantly." And Steve, this past Sunday, you know, I stood behind God's sacred desk. And I will tell everybody, do you think I'm going to die? No, I'm going to live forever. My body's going to die. It's going to go back to dust or wherever, ashes or whatever. But my spirit, that is going to live forever. And it's going to live forever in 2 places, heaven or hell. And I made my arrangements that I'm going to live up there in heaven with dirty diapers, with my brother Norman, with my brother Brian, and more importantly, with the only person that has scars in heaven is Jesus Christ. Steve, I see we're coming up on the break. You want to hold me over, man?
We can take care of that. Yes, indeed. All right, looking at 29 past the hour, and a couple lines available. It's 844-844-3388. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. When storing that engine, whatever it might be, store it the right way with Sta-Bil. And we will return right after the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Donald Trump's attorneys called for a mistrial in his hush money case in New York Tuesday after Stormy Daniels testified about an alleged hotel room sexual encounter with Trump back in 2006. The case against Trump revolves around money paid to Daniels prior to the 2016 election. The judge in the case ruled against the mistrial request. At least one person has died in Oklahoma following a massive tornado that devastated the small city of Barnsdall. The death toll in the state may increase as dozens of tornadoes swept through. Tuesday's severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes could hit parts of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and other areas of the Ohio Valley. Israel says the ceasefire proposal agreed to by Hamas falls far short of its necessary requirements. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office is sending a delegation to work on a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, kind of heading down the home stretch here. What do you have? Copy in the mail, 5-7. Tad bit late to the party there. 4 o'clock Eastern, joining us. Happy anniversary. 42 years that woman has put up with you. How about that? All right, let's see. Miss Millie said she just lost power. Uh-oh. So good night to all. I guess she was on the smartphone there watching on the Facebook page and was able to type in a message. So, oh, well, the sun will be up in a few hours, Miss Millie. All right, welcome back, Brother Rambler.
All right, Steve, and thank you for taking me back, brother. But yes, we always want to try and forgive people, even if they try to kill you. You want to forgive them, because I mean you don't want to go to heaven with hatred in your heart. That's the last thing you want to do. There's a gentleman. I'll give you a prime example. There's a gentleman. He calls once in a while. I'm not going to say his name, but he has went through great lengths to let other callers, and they've reached out to me and let them know that he just can't stand me, don't like me. So he always talks about God this, God that, and says there's no such thing as God and whatever. And this gentleman has had some health issues, and he's even lost someone very close to him recently. To my child, I say to you, brother, I love you. I have no hatred in my heart. But God has wanted me to tell you, and I hope you're listening, that he's given you one more year of your life. Now, Steve, I don't prophesy much. You've got one more year, and your soul will be required of you. You've got one more year to give your heart to Jesus. After that, your soul will be required. And whether you believe or you don't believe, you will spend eternity in one or two places. You will be in hell or you will be in heaven. And my dear brother, I want to call you brother. I can't call you that yet because you do not know Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. I come on to Steve's show to plead with you, accept Christ Jesus as your Lord and Savior. He's given you one more year. One more year has been added to your life. I say this to you out of love because I dearly love you. Both our dads was in the Coast Guard. Yours was a little bit higher ranking than mine. But God has wanted me to say this to you tonight. You have one more year. After that, 1 year from now, your soul will be required of you. Please, I plead with you. Get to know Jesus Christ. Accept him as your Lord and Savior. You will find peace, the peace you've been looking for your entire life. You will find it. I know you will. I found peace. You know, it's like people like, you sad your brother died? No. My brother Norm suffered with colon cancer for 4 years. And I'm not sad. That man is not suffering no more. His body's dead, but he's living forever. My old pastor, Reverend Terry McNeil, his mother just recently died. Am I sad? No, that woman was in hospice and sick. Her body's gone, but that woman is reunited with her son, with her husband, and she's up there with the Lord Jesus Christ. No pain, no more sadness, no more sickness. Praise God, man. Steve, it almost makes me envious. Now, what I said tonight, the Lord spoke to my heart 3 times. Said, tell this person, and if he's listening, he'll know it's him. That this is what I said, and God's word does not come back void. It doesn't. But I love everybody out there, and I mean that. I sincerely mean that. I don't care if you're black, white, brown, purple, green, whatever. I love you. And I have no negativity in my heart. None. My whole purpose is to preach this gospel so that 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 100 can get to know the same Jesus Christ as I know. Steve, it's like, we talked about tithing over this past message over at Determined Ministries Church. We talked about tithing. The Lord, that's what the Lord gave. About, making sure God's house has provisions. And I said, if you're skeptical about tithing to a church and you just don't feel good, You know, Will just called a minute ago, horse feathers. You know, Mother's Day convoy this Sunday. If God's moving on your heart and you don't feel comfortable giving to a church, why don't you give your 10%? Quit robbing God. Give your 10% that He's moved on your heart. Give it to that charity. I hope he calls back, or someone calls and gives the website, so that way someone out there, if they feel the need that they want to give, God's moving on their heart to give, they can give it to those poor sick kids on the Mother's Day convoy and help a good fella out. So, you know, but yeah, we talked about, that's always a difficult message for any pastor to preach, but you know, when God gives it, you have to obey the Lord. I always obey the Lord, even as uncomfortable as I was just a minute ago, saying what God moved on my heart now 3 times to say to this individual. It's not easy to say, you know, but I'm going to say it, and I will say it because God has ordained me, and I will obey God. Because Steve, the book of Proverbs says, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Knowledge of Him is understanding. And I fear the Lord, and I don't want to incur His wrath. So I may not fear too many men, but I fear God, and I don't want to make Him mad. You know, Pappy called a minute ago. He talked about riding the storm out, and I've had that REO Speedwagon song playing in my head ever since, riding the storm out. But prayers to everyone that's going through the bad weather. Poor old Miss Millie, let's pray for her and everyone else that has been, you know, hit with tornado damage and storm destruction. My prayers and my heart goes out to you. You know, I say this boldly. You're not going to find too many preachers or pastors that will love you like I will. And I sincerely mean that. You know, one of these days I'm going to come up there at the truck show, and I want to just shake hands and hug people and everything like that, because, you know, I love God's children. I really, really do. There's a burden on my heart for God's children. And before I get off here, I would like to point out we are going to be holding, Steve, a baptismal service probably about the end of July, maybe the first part of August. I hadn't got a date nailed down yet, but we are going to be baptizing some folks. And, you know, you may have gotten saved, you know, watching our church, Determined Ministries Church. You may have given your heart to the Lord, but you've never been baptized. Well, you know, if you want to come from out of state, I'll give you, you know, we're going to be holding it at. I'll give you the address, and you know what? Come on down. We like to dunk you in the water and everything like that, get you good and baptized. And even if you aren't saved and you want to come out in the water, give your heart to Christ, my God, what a beautiful scenery, you know. You know, John the Baptist, while he was baptizing, he said, I'm not the Messiah, but there's one coming that whose shoes I'm not worthy to unlace. And then he looks up, and there's Jesus. He says, behold, the mighty Lamb of God. And what a great place it would be to come in that water and give your heart to Jesus. And as we like to call it, getting a twofer. Get saved first, baptized second. You know, water will not save you. You got to believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross, rose again on the third day, and confess it with your mouth that He is your Lord, and ye shall be saved. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Oh, yeah, by the way, George Soros' son, you want to pry further into this? Look who he's dating. Dating a woman about 10 years older than him. And you know who that woman is? Huda, or however he'd put her dad's name, Huta or Huba Aberdeen. And there's your connection to the Clintons right there. So, yep, looks like everything's tying into place. But
very
God's
interesting.
Children, I love you out there. And Steve, it is. Look it up. There's pictures on his Instagram of him and her on dates and everything together. Yeah, go look it up. But yeah, that's who he's dating. Huda Aberdeen. It is very interesting. But God's children, make no mistake. When, you know, just like Jesus gave the parable of the fig tree when it comes to the end times, when you see the leaves are ripe and tender, you know that spring is about to start. And you see everything happening, you know that his time, he's about to come back. And God's children, he will come back, because God's not a liar. The Bible says he does not sleep or slumber. He knows every hair that's counted on your head. And Steve, unfortunately, I ain't got many more left. Before I get off here, happy anniversary, Terry. God bless you. I love you, brother. 42 years that poor woman's dealt with you. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And Steve, I'll talk to you again. Good night. God bless. And Baldwin County Wild Man, I love you, brother. Good night, everybody.
Have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in there. All right, brother Rambler. Yeah, the New York Post story here. A couple months ago, Huma Abedin served as vice chair of Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. She's the one that used to be married to the disgraced former Representative Anthony Weiner. Recall Weiner? Filed for divorce from Weiner in 2017 after the ex-congressman was sentenced to nearly 2 years in prison for sexting with that 15-year-old girl. So Huma Abedin and Alex Soros, son of George. The match made in heaven, right? Thank you, Brother Rambler. I didn't realize that. It's back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, there was another industry headline I wanted to throw your way where the House lawmakers have approved legislation directing the U.S. Postal Service to set new rules for keeping track of crashes involving their trucking contractors, including penalties against carriers for failing to report them. This was passed Monday by a voice vote. The Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act of 2024, which would require contract carriers and Postal Service employees to report to the agency roadway crashes involving vehicles carrying mail and resulting in injury or death no later than 3 days after the crash. It also will require the Postal Service to maintain an internal database of such reports and publish an annual summary of information related to those reports. Now, this is in response to investigations of the Postal Service's safety records involving their long-haul contract carriers and a government watchdog report that was published in February that revealed very lax oversight of their trucking companies, brokers, and drivers. It is our hope this legislation creates a virtuous feedback loop at the Postal Service in which crash data enforces strict adherence to safety, compliance, and best practices. There was an op-ed published in The Hill where they detailed a tragedy that occurred in June of 22 involving two families driving on Interstate 25 between Greeley, Colorado and Gillette, Wyoming. The truck carrying mail on a contract with the Postal Service. The truck's brakes were out of alignment. It was uninsured, and the driver did not have a commercial driver's license. Truck slammed into the back of the family's vehicle. In an instant, a member of the family and 3 generations lost their lives, including a 3-month-old baby girl. Unknown to most Americans, this tragedy is playing out across the country. Over the last 3 years, at least 79 people were killed in crashes involving trucks contracted by the Postal Service. Even more concerning, they said, the number of lives lost could be even higher because just last year we learned the U.S. Postal Service did not even report serious crashes involving their trucking contractors. So, long story short, pretty much saying you've got a government agency, the U.S. Postal Service, hiring on, are apparently not paying attention to who they're allowing to haul their freight. How do you hire a company that's got an unlicensed driver, no insurance, shoddy equipment? That should not be the case with government contracts, right? So there you go. Hello to the Scarecrow. Good morning.
Yeah, buddy. Well, Steve, we heard Pappy had the generator and extension cord lined up and ready to go. He mentioned the refrigerator. Well, myself, I'm now standing there with the business end of that extension cord, and I'm looking at the refrigerator with the foodstuffs. I'm looking over my shoulder at the refrigerator with the beer in it, and oh man, it's a dilemma, Steve. I am caught in the middle here. Oh, I guess there's going to be a coin flip on this one, but I'm sure you can understand where I'm coming from there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where else? Yeah. Listen to you're talking about the new car smell that's gone. Steve, it sounds to me like that dealer that Gilligan bought that car from maybe took a page from the GMA and DS business plan, and found themselves about a 5-year-old car that had lost that new car smell and super detailed it where it looked like a new one.
Yeah.
And passed it on to a would-be new car buyer there. I bet that car would probably be green, too. I'm just thinking that now. There's probably a rest of the story there, too. It was funny. You're talking about the anchor baby. Well, and whatever you're talking about prior to that, I'm thinking, what is the anchor baby? It was on the tip of my tongue, and I actually started typing up a email for you, and I think it might be anchor baby. And I guess it was Heat Wave, I think it was, that beat me to the punch there. So
Right.
So yeah, there was that. Oh man, yeah. Last night, and we caught. The word was that the judge actually asked, if not told, the young lady to refrain from the graphic descriptions of her tryst with Trump there. That she was apparently laying it all on the line.
That's what I heard, given all the graphic details. Yes, and he didn't wear a condom and blah, 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 and all that stuff. It's like, what's that got to do with the hush money case?
Oh, yeah. It didn't sound like there was anything left to the imagination there, but no, it made for fodder for the newsreels anyway.
Yes.
Oh, let's see. Well, one other thing here. Yeah, that's right. It was yesterday too. I thought Pappy might bring this up. Bongino is suggesting that jail sentence for Trump might actually backfire in he may become a martyr, if he would, end up, in jail, and it may turn the tide and really, run his popularity up. So, he's thinking, that would be a positive note for the Trump campaign, but stranger things have happened, I suppose. Oh, let's see. Other than that, Steve, well, looking at the clock, Steve, I was going to talk about 50 years in trucking here, but I think that'd be better served for maybe tomorrow, if not casual Friday. So I'm going to bow out at the moment. You can maybe catch one more caller there, or close the nation.
Well, we'll do that. I'm going to jump down to my brother Double R. What do you say, brother?
Morning, Steve. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Everything went well. I don't know if you talked to Sis last night, but everything went well on Anita. So as of right now, no heart surgery. So
she was. I'm trying to recall. She was telling me she was having. Is that where they went in, like through the ribs or whatever, through the side kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. Yes.
And then they were.
They didn't have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have to do that. They went in, did a left side heart cath, and ultrasounded her widowmaker, and it's 50% blocked, but he said the doctor said it's pumping real good. There's no sense in messing with it, and with the medicines and stuff like that, they can clear that out.
Okay.
And so it's on the plan B right now. So I'm thankful to, that they didn't have to go in and mess with her heart. So,
okay, so that's good news then, right?
Anyhow, I just wanted to update you. So they can't figure out what's causing the pain around her heart and stuff and her chest, and so I guess they're gonna concentrate on that. But as far as her heart is excellent. So maybe we can get her back up and get her back out here on the road, and we can get back to normal here. So, but I just wanted to pass that on to you, Steve, and let you know. So I know you're getting ready to punch the time clock and call it the day, but I just wanted to call you and let you know and tell you good morning and let you know what's going on. So
that's positive news. That's a good way to close out a hump day here. So thank you, Double R. We'll chat later, and indeed with that we close things out. All right. So I don't know. What do you say? Prayers answered. That's a good thing. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,